Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And with me today, back from the dead, is Mr. Ty Beard. How are you?
Doing great, man. I would have expected like applause or something.
They're all cheering. You just
Good,
have to
good.
imagine it because I can't feed the audio back from the audience.
Got it. Okay.
So
Well, that makes perfect sense then.
yeah.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah,
like
back
they
when,
told the same
yeah,
thing to Biden today.
yeah.
They're all clapping, Joe. You just can't hear them.
Mhm. Of course, Joe's sitting there going, I want soup.
Yeah. Where's my oatmeal? Is it 4 yet? I'm tired.
Have that black girl bring me some soup.
Oh my
Mr.
God.
President, that's the vice president. Oh, is she? Well, I better go swim in the nude then.
When did
Yeah.
we let that happen?
There you go.
Oh God. What a terrible disaster
Mm.
that's been.
What are you talking about? This is going to be the funniest thing. I mean, it's going to make the first season of Monty Python look dull and boring and not funny at all. And that's just this week. So
Yeah, we'll see how it shapes up. Right now, they're in overdrive mode, trying to fix all the damage that Trump did.
yeah,
So they've got to get us. They've got to get us into Paris Accords. They've got to get us into. They've got to fix the climate. They've got to fix the earth. They've got to heal the races. They got to bring the waters back together. They got to do
the
everything.
water's going to recede again.
Yes.
Now that
The light's
okay.
going to shine. The water's going to recede.
Okay.
And healing can resume because it began under Obama. It just took a pause under Trump.
Yeah. Well, we had to do something about that irrational economic growth.
Yeah.
So we been able to do that. Are y'all still locked down up in the tundra of Minnesota?
I don't know. I actually genuinely don't know because I didn't pay attention when we were locked down.
Right.
I think restaurants have opened a little bit again. There was a period where you could not. I don't know if they were fully locked down, but none of them were open. So I have to assume that they were, where you couldn't sit down in a restaurant at all.
Yeah, our idiot governor, I think, received a great deal of constructive feedback from the citizens of Texas.
Oh, good.
And very constructive feedback. Well, I mean, you remember how pissed I was. I go over to his Facebook page and I've got this blistering, I mean, seriously blistering throwdown, and I start reading what the people are actually posting, and I went, crap, I feel strangely inadequate.
Yeah. Don't unleash the anger of the internet on. Well, no, maybe do unleash the anger of the internet. That might be a path to some change.
Yeah, I think that that maybe we can get into that a little bit tonight, but yeah. So anyway, our governor said, "No, we're not doing another lockdown." Plus, the reality is that Florida has just been kicking our ass in the "We Have the Best Governor" contest.
Yeah,
I mean, it's just like 44-3 at halftime.
Yeah, Texas is gonna have to do some work. They're gonna have to literally dig up Austin and send it into the sun or something to try and fix it.
I really think we should consider that. I think that last I heard, the legislature is actually talking about stripping the city of Austin of the power to control the police force.
Oh, that's interesting.
It's that bad. They've defunded the police. And,
yeah.
And
if anyone can do it,
also protects the state capitol.
Right.
And that should be.
Yeah.
Although I gotta say, Florida is ahead in we have the best big state governor, thing happening. But I think South Dakota has to win we have the overall best governor. That's Kristi Noem.
Yeah, she's doing pretty good.
Well, and she also looks like an elven princess. So,
her name isn't Kristi Noem; it's Kristi Nomendriel.
There you go. There you go.
But
Um,
no, it's
so yeah.
things are getting weird out there though, in general. So I don't know what Minnesota's status is. I don't know if we're going to go back into lockdown or whatever. I know some activities are opening up, but of course now predictably, since Trump is no longer running for office, as I'm sure you've seen, states are like, we got to get kids back in school. We got to end these
Mhm.
lockdowns.
Well,
Lockdowns actually may be doing more harm than good. It's like, okay,
yeah.
thank you.
We all predicted that was going to happen. But the funny thing is, I've got my doubts as to whether or not these blue state governors are going to give up their power. I think they really, really like bossing people around and
I think
micromanaging their lives.
I think so too. I think if they do give up the lockdown power, the lockdowns will come back furiously and at the first hiccup or the first cough, as it were, from just about
Yeah.
anybody.
You know,
Um,
and the complete lack of grasp of reality is fascinating in that. It's like if you end the if you actually believe the lockdowns do any good, well then when you end the lockdown, no matter when you end it, you should expect an uptick.
yeah.
So they end the lockdown and there's an uptick. It's, oh my God, we've got to bring the lockdown back. And I'm going, wow, y'all really are dumb as stumps.
Yeah.
I
You
mean,
made this happen this way. That was the whole thing,
yeah,
pushing back the infection rate to flatten the curve. So when it does appear though, it's still a curve, whether it's flat or whatever. But anyway, but you found out recently that COVID is completely lie. It's a rookie's game.
oh yeah, yeah,
Nothing wrong with it.
yeah. I was in that percentage of people that COVID hit like a freight train.
Yeah.
My lovely bride, she was sick, but she wasn't anywhere near like I was. And I'll just say to the stream, look, guys, uh, you know, get the vaccines and look after yourselves until the vaccines are available. If you are in that group that it hits hard, you don't want this shit. I'm just telling you. I know I've been sicker at some point in my life, but I can't remember when. Um,
Yeah, I
it,
don't know
it,
if I'm gonna echo you on the vaccine thing. I'm not entirely
well,
sure I trust it yet, but people can make up their own minds. As for me,
well, as part of your analytical process, don't go in there assuming that COVID is nothing more than just a little nasty bit of the flu.
right.
It is for some people. I mean, you and I were talking earlier today. I got a client who's my age calls me up, say, "Hey, I'm glad you're back." Yada yada yada. And what's it like? I said, "Well, I lost my sense of taste." He goes, "Oh yeah, I lost my sense of taste 2 weeks ago." And I said, "Have you had any other COVID-like symptoms?" He said, "Well, I was tired for one day, kind of, but no." And I went, "Well, the good news is the bad news is you got COVID. The good news is you don't. It's you're just about done, and it's not hurting you." But the guy's my age. He's about my size. I mean, we're pretty comparable physically.
Sure.
I don't, I don't have any serious comorbidities or anything. So and I mean, so it bounced off of him, but
Yeah.
it put me under the floor.
Spectre in
So
the Spectre in the chat said the U.S. strain is a joke, but the EU strain knocked him on his ass for a week. And
okay,
yeah, he's had it at least twice. Although
yeah,
Spectre is a walking cancer, so he is a comorbidity. So I don't know if that
yeah.
played into it.
Yeah. Well, and mine was also exacerbated by other occurrences. So so what happens is I we get back from Christmas, had a great time Christmas. In fact, I was on the stream, yeah, Christmas Eve. So we get back from Christmas, and the Wednesday after Christmas, I go see my doctor, who's also a client, and he actually had some medical stuff to do for me, and I had some legal stuff to do for him. And that was like Wednesday. So about Friday or Saturday, I started getting headaches and getting, feeling like crap and all this. But I'm a guy. I ain't got no COVID. That's just allergies.
Right.
Grumph, you know, and so Sunday it's getting worse and worse and worse. And Monday, I'm not hardly able to even get out of bed. And I thought, man, this doesn't really feel like flu. And of course, when you're married, your wife is always there to help you. Honey, you need to go to the doctor. No,
Yeah.
I ain't going to the doctor.
Don't tell
I
me
don't
what
go.
to do.
Yeah, yeah. I don't get COVID. I give. Well, anyway, so you know, so I got up and I ate some breakfast and it's like I gotta go back to bed. So I went back to bed, laid down for a couple hours, and I woke up and walked into the kitchen to get something to drink, and took a swig of Gatorade and no taste. Boom. I mean, completely gone. And I went, say that might be COVID.
Right.
so, I, so I bundle my tired, sorry ass. I get myself into the truck and I drive to the nearest testing swab thingy facility, and they do that. And I will tell you what, man, that swab test is just one of the most guy. I mean, they ram that thing all the way up your nose.
Oh.
Oh, it's unpleasant. So anyway, so they swab me in there, and I'm like, okay, well, what do you do? Text me my results in 10 or 15 minutes? No, sir, it'll be tomorrow or the next day. And I'm going, oh God, all right, fine. So I go home, and Tuesday happens, and I mean, I'm not even able to get out of bed. It's just and get my results negative. You have no COVID. I told you I ain't got no damn COVID. I'm
Yeah.
sitting here literally not able to get out of bed because of the fatigue, and I'm running fever. I'm going, I ain't got no COVID. It's just allergies.
Sure.
So anyway, so I spend I spent a week with COVID with no treatment. And then finally, I guess it was Saturday or Sunday, I can't remember, the following, my wife comes in and now she's starting to show signs. And she says, well, I don't care about you. I'm going to the ER and get tested. And oh, yeah, I got COVID. Well, she goes up there and she sends me a text message. I have COVID. Huh. So I go up there and, my wife got COVID. Maybe I got COVID. The doctor goes, you sure look like it. Now, this is the ER doc. This isn't my regular doc.
Sure.
Because the weekend, his clinic's closed, and I didn't want to bother him. So yeah, they ram the swab up my nose, and and doc comes in about 10 minutes later and says, well, I've lost my taste. It kind of feels like COVID. He says, oh yeah, you got COVID here.
Yeah.
So he so he gives me the meds, which are like steroids and antibiotics. The antibiotics are there to fight the inflammation. And I started feeling better. I mean, started taking them about 3 days in. I take them. Day 4, I was through the meds, and I was okay. I'm about ready to go back to work. I texted a few clients. Yeah, I'll probably be in tomorrow or the next day, and we'll get back. Well, the ER doc didn't give me enough meds.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, because the next morning, after the meds had run out, next morning I roll over about 7 a.m. and I'm running 104 degrees fever, and I've got real mercury thermometers. Okay, so I don't use these bullshit, electronic thermometers. I got real thermometers.
Yeah. What good are electronics anyway?
They suck. They're horrible. They're very unreliable.
You got to calibrate them.
Oh, fuck that. So anyway, running 104 degree fever, and I'm like, that's not good.
Yeah.
So texted my actual doctor and said, hey, I had to go to the ER. I got COVID. He goes, yeah, I just got back in. I had COVID too. So I'm blaming him for infecting me, but I think he's blaming me for infecting him. I'm not sure.
I blame your wife. You didn't have it, and then she got it, and then you had it. So I blame her.
Yeah, I think I should consider that as an option. But
it'll go well.
So yeah. I find that blaming my wife for things, is usually constructive. When she's wrong, I found that really all I have to do is just explain it clearly to her.
Yeah, and also rub her face and being wrong is a good strategy too.
Yeah. That's I find that big. So anyway, but that was one of those things. So my doc texted me back, said, yeah, I had it too. He didn't give you enough meds. I'm going, yeah, I think I'm sort of intuiting that. So he sent me in a prescription and checked on me twice a day and made sure that I was fine. But yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Well, I'm glad you lived through it. I mean,
Yeah,
that's the key
yeah.
thing. Did you get your sense of taste back? I mean, I see you're drinking beer, so I have to assume not.
Nice, nicely played. I have it back for the most part. It's weird. There are still certain things I can't taste. The funny thing is, at least for now, most of the things I can't taste, I don't like anyway.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, I take these horse pill vitamins, that are like, I don't know, they're like 2 inches long, and they taste like crap. They're power vitamins though.
Right.
I can't taste them. So, you know, but yeah, the thing is too, anybody that's got this, loss of taste is almost universal. Beware out there. That can cause depression, actual clinical depression.
Well, the way you
Uh,
solve a loss of taste is just to drink Jack Daniels, since it doesn't matter anymore.
well, I got to say, drinking whiskey while I had COVID didn't really seem to be the optimum course of action.
That's why you got it. That's the problem. If
Yeah,
you, why do you think I haven't got COVID? I walk around licking people all day, but I just
yeah,
drink
but
enough whiskey to kill it.
well, I'm pissed because I regularly took my anti-COVID treatment, which was a Cuban cigar.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, it's funny. It's weird too because when people talk to you, it's like, well, do you know who gave it to you? Yeah, I swabbed down everybody that I had come into contact with so that I could be sure to assess blame. Um, but because of just the way it worked out, you know, either I gave it to my doc or he gave it to me, because his office didn't get sick and my office didn't get sick. So, I mean,
Right. Yeah.
anyway, but no, I mean it's serious stuff. I don't want to get into the whole vaccination thing because I know there's valid opinions about that stuff backwards and forwards. But when you're doing your calculation, understand that if you're in the part that gets hit hard, it's going to be pretty rough. The main concern they had with me was pneumonia. I was
Sure.
under he said, if you start feeling any kind of shortness of breath or any kind of pain, call an ambulance. And I said, okay, yeah, I'll do that. He goes, I don't think you're hearing me. Call an ambulance because you will die if you don't. And I went, okay, yeah, I think I am hearing you now. And he wasn't smiling, when
Right.
he said that. He didn't seem to think it was very funny at all. So I didn't have to, fortunately I didn't. The one thing I think probably helped me was I had been regularly taking heavy vitamins, and when it hit, I did aggressively treat the symptoms. I mean, I ate NyQuil gel caps like they were, candy. And
Sure.
so that kept the symptoms from aggravating. But yeah, it's the fatigue that's the worst thing, at least was for me. Um, even though I'm over the COVID, I've been back to work for 2 days now. I lasted 2 hours yesterday and about 4 hours today. And I mean, when the fatigue hits, it's like, okay, I'm going to lay down now. It's not like, oh, I'm a little tired. It's like, you know. So, but yeah, it was a lot of fun. I got to catch up on my Facebook ranting though, so there was that.
Yeah, it's like finally you got that pesky work put aside while you're sick so you can sit on a screen and rant on Facebook.
Well, I'm pretty sure clients don't want me advising them on important issues when I'm delirious from 104 degrees fever. I don't know that political opinions have the same, vulnerabilities.
They do. They do.
I actually watched your show a few times and was so tired I couldn't even really get myself to even type and say anything. I mean, it was that
Oh,
bad.
I thought you were gonna say you were so tired you couldn't laugh, and I was gonna be like, "Thanks, thanks. I
Yeah,
get it.
yeah.
I
No,
get
I
it."
can always laugh. You
Well,
know,
good, good.
it
Uh,
covers the tears of the clown.
right. But and there's a lot to laugh and never cry about. I saw some guy he posted a selfie on Twitter of him crying over the Biden inauguration. He was happy. He's sitting there crying in public like some sort of degenerate. Which that's just embarrassing. Stop. People need to stop crying.
How pathetic does your life have to be that the election of a senile pedophile is the defining moment of your year? I mean, it's
please. The proper term is pedosniff. It's a pedosniff.
Okay.
we don't actually know if the allegations go beyond the sudden inhalation of their scent, but that's I can confidently say pedosniff.
Pedosniff. Okay, I'll do that. Yeah, I don't want to get you demonetized.
It's gonna happen anyway. It's okay.
Okay. You've already factored that into the.
Yeah, that's
smart.
Demonetizing live streams is part of the business model at this point.
Well, good. You should have a business model that reflects the reality.
Yeah. So anyway,
did you guys have a good Christmas? I mean, we talked Christmas Eve night, so I mean,
yeah, we ended up having a good Christmas. Kids had a lot of fun opening presents and everything. We actually have more Christmas still to do with extended family and stuff like that. Things have just
that is a risk. You can wind up in the 3 months of Christmas if you're not careful.
Yeah, I think we're gonna be done by the end of this weekend, which is good. Cause it's time. I know it's time for Christmas to be over because Target had Easter stuff out a week ago.
Mr. Harris is going to blow a gasket if he finds out about that because he's one of these very strict, damn it, we put the decorations up when they go up, and this putting Christmas stuff up before Thanksgiving.
Yeah,
the girls in the office, this was last year. They did one of those, go ask mommy and she said no, so we'll go ask daddy kind of things. They wanted to put Christmas stuff up before Thanksgiving, and so they sent my youngest daughter in, who works at our office, to ask, Daddy, can we put Christmas up now? I said, oh, sure, no problem. Anyway, coming the next day, Don's like, did you authorize them to put Christmas decorations up?
He's using official language. Did you authorize?
Oh yeah. I said, maybe. Because it's not even Thanksgiving. So, well, I won't do it again then. Some people get real serious about that. I'm just saying.
Yeah. No, me too. I don't.
I walked in the deli. I said, did you ask Don if you could put the decorations up? And she said, yeah. He said no, so we asked you. And I went, oh, okay. That's good to know.
We never got around to decorating the tree. We had like 7 ornaments on it that we got this year or whatever, but we had all the rest of the ornaments sitting in a box next to the tree, and they never got on. And then the kids ask us several days after Christmas, they're like, can we still decorate the tree? No.
Christmas is over.
Christmas is over. It's dead and buried. Yeah.
Go to your room.
No fun.
Yeah. There is no more Christmas now.
Right.
My wife is one of the Christmas people where, I mean, she lives for Christmas,
Sure.
And so, I mean, when it gets, now she doesn't, I'll say this, I don't think I've ever seen her put decorations up before Thanksgiving.
Right. That's extreme.
Yeah. But no, she just lights up like a candle whenever Christmas comes around. It's like, and just, get the lights up and all that kind of stuff. I like Christmas a lot. When I was a kid, it was pretty miserable because I had a horrible father, but I've certainly enjoyed it as a parent.
I like Thanksgiving more because
because all you do is eat.
Yeah, that's that. And then it's a one shot, it's over and done. And really, if you don't do anything to decorate for Thanksgiving, no one even cares.
Nobody cares.
Yeah. It's beautiful.
Yeah. And if you're married to someone who takes Christmas seriously, as I am, that getting the Christmas decorations up and stuff is sort of like starting World War One. The train tables are what they are, and we don't deviate from them. And
God was just nice to wait to give you COVID until Christmas was over.
Yeah, he actually was. I do thoroughly enjoy Christmas with my girls, and I'm glad that we got to do it. Got to go down and see the Lexington. Well, actually, no, we saw it after I went on your stream.
Yeah.
Went down and saw the Lexington at Corpus Christi the day after Christmas, and
Oh,
took
that's
the
the aircraft carrier out there, right?
Mhm.
I've been
Yeah,
on that thing.
yeah, pretty cool, isn't it?
It is. It's amazing how big it is. And it's like, "Oh, I'm standing on a road, but it's a boat."
Yeah, and so the Lexington, a modern aircraft carrier, you probably add approximately 40% width and length to I mean, so I mean, the Lexington is actually by today's it's still a big ship. I mean,
Yeah.
it's bigger than any other ship in service today, except for aircraft carriers. The amphibious assault ships that we have that look just like World War II aircraft carriers, and because they are, they're about the size of the Lexington. But it's an impressive ship. I'd say to the stream, military military ships are like this concentrated essence of masculinity that has been machined into out of an ingot of that stuff and machined into a ship. And there's just the testosterone is just built in, And I took my daughter's young men. It was, and the girls didn't come with us, so we got to do the thing. Lexington has the F-14 that Maverick buzzed the tower in. By the way,
Nice.
yeah, I got
You know
had
they
some shots
sold
of that.
his helmet, the Maverick helmet at auction not too long ago.
Ooh, I bet it went for some change. What
Not as much as I'd expect. What would you think it would go for?
Maverick's helmet?
Yeah.
Well, there's got to be somebody pay 50 grand for that, isn't there? I
Oh,
mean,
well, okay, so more than you'd expect. 80 grand.
okay,
$80,000.
okay, yeah. I mean,
I
I
figured more. I don't know why. I just did.
yeah, 50 would be a low ball, what I'd estimate. Yeah. Um, but yeah, here's some advice just for those of you out there that have daughters. If you do want to have that conversation with their young men, doing it on a warship is it enhances your authority. I just say it that way. There's just something about you know, sitting there with all that hard. I mean, it's just they're just fundamentally masculine environments. You can't.
Right.
There are no frilly curtains on an aircraft carrier. Or a battleship or a submarine. And everything's just ferociously functional. Um,
Yeah.
my youngest daughter's young man's like 6'2", so it's kind of fun, you know, being with him. Watch your head, son. Watch your head. He didn't
Yeah.
knock himself out. He didn't hit his head. I got to give him credit, but there's a couple times I'm going, oh crap, yeah, because you're going down those.
Oh,
They're
I'm well
you know.
aware. I'm 6'2".
Okay,
So,
so yeah, yeah.
yeah.
And
The
you're going down them, and if you knock yourself out, you're going to fall about 80 feet because they go deck after deck after deck,
yeah.
and you're going to bounce the whole way. And there's, like I said, there's no soft cushions or anything. Um, but
Yeah, the
but yeah,
worst one was at what's that place down in Houston at the port? Is it Seawolf Park, something like that?
uh,
They've got like a battleship and
it's
a
the
submarine.
is it the battleship Texas?
I don't know. I don't remember which one it is. What am I, a military person? But
Oh God,
more importantly, there's a submarine out there, and those are
yeah,
way
yeah.
cramped. Like that
Oh
was
yeah,
something
yeah.
else.
Those World War II submarines are, yeah. I haven't been on that one, but there's one at Mobile Bay. There's the Alabama at Mobile Bay. That's a battleship, and they got a sub there too. Yeah, yeah. Imagine spending a month at sea
No,
on one of these.
no,
Mm,
thank you.
yeah, it's yeah. The Anyway, I recommend it highly if you get down to Corpus Christi, it's definitely worth you know, a day to just do that. Um, they got a real nice group of aircraft on the deck, that you can look at. They got a functioning gun 40 millimeter quad gun mount.
Yeah.
It's not fully functional. They don't give you live ammunition, but
That's really just that's half-assing it in my opinion.
I really, yeah, I thought it was kind of lame too, frankly. But all of the traverse and the elevation gear work on the guns, so you get to sit on the gun, and that's pretty cool too.
Yeah.
So
Well, hey, there's some chats, and then what I want to talk about today are a couple things. I mean, first, I kind of want to just generally we'll be talking, I guess, around election stuff and the new world order that we're in.
we have some.
There was an election. Yep, it happened. And then I was thinking we might talk a little bit in your kind of neck of the woods on asset protection and we'll use as a case study Mike Lindell, the My Pillow guy.
Yeah.
Who is under threat of lawsuit at this moment.
Well, he could certainly afford my services.
Speaking of that, like every stream now I get the same question, despite answering it every stream, but I realize that every stream is not watched by every person. But since you're here, will you say what I've said 100 times? What's going on with the Vic Mignogna case right now?
Absolutely nothing. We're waiting on the Court of Appeals.
Yes.
And they could rule tomorrow or they could rule 9 months from now.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. So there it is.
And the thing is, you can't read anything into that either.
No, either way, you can't read positively or negatively.
Because they've got other cases. And who knows how they decide to take them. They're under no obligation to take it first come, first serve. They're under no obligation to get it done by a certain amount of time. And of course, COVID, the book went out the window anyway with COVID, because COVID thoroughly disrupted the court's timetable across the board in Texas. In fact, I think we're still operating under the emergency orders, which the Supreme Court of Texas issued emergency orders about, I don't know, at least 3 times. And the last time they issued it was like January. They were effective January 1. And the orders were, courts will extend time.
Right.
Courts will, they'll presume that, so I mean, it's jammed the legal system up completely down here. And I assume that's the case everywhere.
Yeah, it's so as I've said multiple times, and will, anytime someone asks, I will go ahead and respond right now. It's their internal rules allow them 9 months. Those rules are not binding. They can take longer, they can take shorter, but this case was taken by the court on September 22nd. So realistically, expecting it at any time is a fool's game. You're wasting your efforts and energy. When it comes out, it'll be covered immediately. Like that's
yeah. I mean, what are we going to do? Not talk about it.
There's no matter what the outcome is, you guys will know right away. And again, the important thing to remember for Vic is Vic's. How do I say this? The purpose of the case, whatever the outcome, in a lot of ways has been served. Obviously, it would be great if Vic ended up winning the case. That would be the desired outcome. But right now, I believe he did more convention appearances than just about any other voice actor this past year. He's got another appearance coming up this weekend in New Jersey. He started a Twitch channel. He is doing pretty well. And coming from the point of being on the brink of utter destruction, that's a good thing. So
yeah, I mean, if you want to use a sports analogy, a 44-0 blowout in a football game is great, but a 17-14 win is still a win.
Right.
I mean, and 99% of the time the two count the same.
Yep.
So this is not a self-serving thing. We won in the sense that we accomplished the primary objective, which was to not let them destroy him.
Right.
Everything after that is a bonus. Now I want all the marbles. I want the 44-0 blowout. Don't misunderstand. But heaven forbid the court just blanks us and says, no, y'all are completely off base. We still won. His critics, anybody that cares about this case can watch those depositions.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no way a rational human being can listen to those lunatics and go, yeah, they're the ones that,
Yeah, they're the stable ones. But
yeah.
but anyway, I didn't want to focus on the Vic thing, but it's been a while since you've been on the show. People have been asking me, and so since you're here, I saw it a couple times in the chat. Figured we'd address it real quick. Let's hit some chats, and then we'll talk about the asset protection. We'll wrap all this stuff into kind of a general discussion around.
Can I use my legal pad? Can I draw stuff on my legal pad and hold it up?
No, that's unlawful. The Dragon's Treasure says, my tea will literally cure COVID, all of it. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA.
Hey, why didn't you tell me that 2 weeks ago?
It will also give you slight immortality. Don't get me started on the powerful erections it gives you, even the women. The point is, get yourself some tea so I can buy Nick some more super chats. There you go. So you guys can check out.
With that?
What was that?
Who can argue with that?
That's right. Go to thedragonstreasure.com, a haven for tea and anime lovers. Kiwi Goes Live says, ooh, woo, Daddy Biden, fill my bank account with your hot stimulus injection. Fill my tight, sweet checking account with that cash until I beg you to stop. Make me beg for it, Daddy Biden. Kisses.
Well, if I didn't monetize you, I think that one probably did.
Yeah, that was awful. That's the worst thing I've ever heard. But taking the spirit of that chat. So
okay.
Let's talk about this thing. So Biden, of course, is he's wanting to push through an additional $1,400 in stimulus to get to the 2,000. What do you think about that? Let's do this way. What did you think about Trump wanting the 2,000 stimulus, and then what do you think about Biden wanting the additional 1,400? Now that Trump's out,
I think Trump was right. Look, what was the total package? Like a trillion, over $1 trillion?
Well,
something like that.
It gets kind of. I think it was 1.2 of stimulus, and then there's an additional whole bunch of spending on other stuff too.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. So I actually think that the economic stimulus of dumping money directly into the economy by giving it to people is the very best way to do an economic stimulus if you're going to do it. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean it's a good idea. I'm just saying the most efficient way to do it is to give it directly to the people because they're the ones that are going to spend it. It's not going to be skived off. You're not going to lose half of it in a government bureaucracy.
Mm-hmm.
It gets money right in the hands of the people, and it's an immediate flash stimulation. I don't know how many people would hypothetically receive the $600 check, but let's just assume it's, I don't know, 100 million people or 150 million.
I got a mailed check this time. I don't know why they didn't direct deposit this one.
So there you go. So to give 100 million people $600 checks, you're talking $90 billion. Now that's less than 10% of what they allocated to relief.
Right.
So to me, if you're going to, first of all, the fact that 90% of that money went to non-COVID related shit is appalling. And I don't want to go off on a rant about this, but gee, what a great way to make sure that the Republicans are going to turn out in Georgia, McConnell. That was brilliant.
That was honestly a really dumb fight by the Republicans. They fell for it hook, line, and sinker. The problem is if you're going to make a principled stand on spending money in regards to a stimulus, you can't at the same time dump a bunch of money that isn't going to go to American people.
Thank you. That's the thing. So it was the $600 was insulting, frankly.
Mm-hmm.
It was, we're going to spend $1 trillion. We'll give you peasants, 10% of that. Now shut up and take your money and be happy that we've given you that money.
Right.
Meanwhile, we're going to fund the Kennedy Center in Pakistan, all that bullshit. So I think that, I think that was Trump's reaction. I think when he went, wait a minute, if the package was going to be 200 billion, then $600 a person makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I think what happened was when he saw the size of that package, he went, for fuck's sake, can we at least give the American people enough money to matter? You know,
Yeah.
um,
I'm mad.
and
I didn't get the full stimulus because,
really,
well, because I have 7 people in my household. So
oh
a full stimulus would
yeah.
have been hilarious. It would have been $4,200 or
Well,
whatever.
I mean, that's what they should have done.
I wish. Yeah, no, I got like I got under 2,600. I guess I don't know
Yeah.
from income or whatever, but it was funny. I mean, I appreciate anything, of course, but I'm
Well,
not I'm
you know,
not
we're,
sneering at it. But
we're in unexplored territory because we're dealing with a government mandated destruction of wealth. You
yeah,
know, um, that the rules are different. I don't necessarily know what the rules are, but the rules are different. If the government is going to say to you, okay, you got to shut your business down, and that's just too damn bad. I don't really have a big problem with the government writing you a check because the way I see it, that's almost a taking. I mean, legally speaking, and it's well
yeah,
settled that the government compensates people when they destroy those people's wealth. You know, um, but
yeah.
as
That's
far as was it desirable? I don't really think it was necessary. I think the economy was doing fine, um, but I don't think it really did any damage. Let me put it this way: whatever economic damage from Porculus 3 isn't going to be because people got checks.
no,
You
no.
know,
It's the economic damage was done by shutting the country down. I mean, that's the real thing
yeah.
that is hard to remember in the situation, and that's why I don't. I mean, I would prefer that they just opened everything up rather than do the stimulus like that. That would have been the solution, but they weren't going to do that. So then
Mm-mm.
I was like, okay, well, if you're going to give people money, give out enough to matter. And you close people down for 8 months, and then here's $600. It's like, thank
I
you.
mean, it's insulting,
Yeah, thanks for my
and it's
$80
particularly
a month.
insulting. Yeah, it's particularly insulting in the context, like you were saying, of all the money that they spent on stuff that didn't matter. Look, our political system requires people to compromise. We've talked about that on your show, and look, it's part of the process. Oh, you want this? Well, I got to have this. I mean, that's fine, but this was nothing more than the uniparty basically putting their snouts in the trough.
Now
And
okay,
you know,
so with that context, what do you think about the 1,400 from Biden? So he wants to kick it up.
I don't think he has a choice. I mean,
My my problem with it is first of all, I still think it's the right move to
yeah,
do. But
I,
but I have a problem now because they basically here's my theory on this. And tell me if you think I'm dumb.
okay.
But you have full license.
No,
But so the idea is that I think that the Democrats are scared of the populists that went to the right because the populists,
no,
they move left and right, kind of depending on where they think it's going. I don't know that populism has been too heavily rooted on the left lately, but Reagan brought populism over from the left to the right. That's why you've got people who supported JFK who ended up supporting Reagan.
mhm,
There's this. They both had this idea of America being for America and putting America to work as sort of a national duty. Like you go and you do your work because it's good for your country, it's good for you, and you do these things. And Trump echoed a lot of those sentiments, and I think that's why
mhm.
he was very popular, and I think they're scared of that. So my
They ought to be.
concern, yeah, they definitely ought
Mm.
to be. My concern though is that so they get the Republicans to snub that idea. Then Joe comes in, and I think the plan is to buy off the working class. I think that's because I don't think this is the last stimulus from Uncle Joe.
No, I don't think so either. I don't. I think they're going to find out that the working class isn't going to get bought off by $1,400. Um, the and they're also going to find out that the working class isn't going to go, oh well, that makes everything better. But you know, they there's been a fundamental shift, in my opinion, in the electorate, and we're no longer in a right versus left world. We're in an elite versus populist world.
Yeah,
Uh,
very much.
you can understand the stupid shit that Republicans do much more clearly if you take the left right thing and throw it out the window and go, well, these are snotty precious people against people that work for a living. You know, then all of a sudden it's like, oh, okay, well, not they're they're way too many way too many scumbag rhinos are much more loyal to their social class than they are to their electorate.
Being
Um,
a being a Texan, how do you feel about Ted Cruz right now? He's getting pummeled.
what did he do? I tell me what he did first
Well,
of all.
he and Josh Hawley stood up. You know, they actually did the electoral challenge on the 6th. That's
He's not getting pummeled down here for doing that.
he's apparently 3 Texas newspapers, which isn't really that many when
Oh,
you
who
think of
gives a
Texas,
shit?
have
Who gives a
demanded his resignation. But I mean, in the mainstream media, though, he is seen as a traitor to the nation for
Yeah,
using the Electoral Count Act. But I
he
was
doesn't care. He doesn't care, and the people that vote for him don't care. Texas newspapers are just as far to the left as anybody else's newspapers.
yeah.
I mean, they're you
I w-
saw in the Vic case the fucking Dallas Morning News, you
right.
know, were skewed so far to the left that that they would have put Pravda to shame.
Did you
We
see
don't.
that? Did you see though? Just dwelling on that for a moment,
Yeah.
that when Vic was actually in court, her entire writing changed dramatically, and a certain remote wielder in the case was really salty about it. It was great. That was funny.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I believe that on that morning, I was sitting out in the I got there before the rest of my team did and Vic did, and this lunatic is over there chatting it up and yucking it up with the other side, and she actually referred to our side.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, it was a. There's no question that it was a mistake on my part to not have Vic present in the first hearing. I blew that one. I didn't want it to be a circus, and then so well that worked. But
Right.
Vic is. There's no question in my mind that Vic is his best advocate. Um, the guy's got a stunning amount of charisma and likability, and it's genuine. I mean, the reason he's got all that charisma is he's a genuine guy. Um, that's why I desperately want to get him in front of a jury in Tarrant County. Um, you know, that's the, you know,
Yeah. But
you
okay, so anyway, so the stimulus, I mean, I still think it's the right move. I question the motives
yeah.
of it. I think they're my problem is I think the Republicans are I think they're going to fold on it now.
Well,
Of
of
course, it
course,
doesn't matter that much anymore, does it?
no, well, it really doesn't, and of course they are, because the Republicans are in very serious disarray, and we're going to have to shake a lot of things out uh, before we can turn this thing around. We can. I mean, that's the uh, look. Take a look at AOC. Okay, uh, you know, you're looking at someone who may be the dumbest bartender in America. Okay, literally someone dumber than your average 11-year-old with impulse control problems as well.
Right.
That's half the Democratic Party, or 2/3. The rest of the Democratic Party are 80 something Skeletors that are just grimly hanging on to power, but they're senile. Now, I don't want to hear from anybody that tells me that we can't beat those people. I mean, if you actually believe that, then just shut up and go to bed and stop talking.
Well,
Because
did you see that Antifa in Portland like destroyed the Democrat headquarters?
no, Why, it's almost as if they're just tearing shit up to tear shit up. Huh. Who could have seen that coming?
Yeah.
That,
That's not
but all
terrorism
kidding,
though.
I don't
Cuz
want to. I don't want to hijack the conversation, but all
yeah.
kidding aside, that right there is what we've been talking about. You and I is
Mhm.
that um, all we really have to do is sit. We got to be a lot smarter than we've been, but that's okay. I'm sure after Pearl Harbor, the U.S. Navy was saying the same thing. You know, we need to step back and let them start getting on each other's nerves because they hate each other. You know, the thing you got to understand about liberals and liberalism is they hate themselves, they hate everybody around them, and the fact that the people around them are on their side, they don't care about that. Yeah, they would prefer to come after me rather than their fellow liberal. But if I'm not around, they'll tear the shit out of their own people.
Oh yeah.
You know, we need to be thinking of ways to trigger internecine fighting between them. And this Antifa thing is a perfect example. You know, and I gotta say, I hope they burn those damn blue cities to the ground. And I'm sorry to our friends that are trapped behind enemy lines. I really am. But I want the blue cities to just keep getting hit over and over and over with what they've been voting for the last 50 years.
Yeah,
You know,
we'll
uh,
see. I saw a Google Trends graph on Black Lives Matter, and it was amazing. It spiked in the latter half of 2016 and then completely died off and then spiked again in 2020. I mean,
yeah.
it was like like and the caption of the tweet that had it was "See you in 4 years, Black Lives Matter." But that's how predictable it was. It's
Oh yeah,
crazy.
yeah.
Um,
It's absent-minded. I do not underestimate them. I accurately assess their capabilities, and I'm getting sick and tired of naysayer, whiny. The world has come to an end. People saying that what I that my prescriptions are just because I'm some wild-eyed optimist. I've thought this through, and I can be highly specific about how and why we can win. What I don't want to hear, though, is some whiny ass going, no, it's all over. Because guess what, folks? We ain't got no other place to go. We're Babylon 5. We're the last best hope. And I'm not going to sit here and let AOC take my shit without a fight.
yeah.
And I've got no use for my allies that would. So if you're going to be a wuss and not show up for the fight, would you at least have the courtesy to not waste our time with your whining?
There you go.
Yeah.
The Pie Baker says Primarch Beard Senpai, our forces are decimated and flee for the hills. The SJ have taken the Emperor's throne, cut off our resources, and are reestablishing the Ananurbe. The Inquisition is refusing our pleas for the Exterminatus. What do we do? Which I guess you just said.
We withdraw to the hills and we figure out how to beat the enemy. We don't squander our resources in pointless, fruitless frontal attacks. We understand that if we fight our enemy on their battlefield, they're going to win. But we also understand that if they fight us on our battlefield, we will win.
Yeah, one thing that was interesting that you and I were talking about earlier today is we have to give up the illusion of the intellectual argument.
Absolutely.
Because while it's great to watch Ben Shapiro destroy a liberal on stage or whatever, it's not very effective in
It's a
general.
total. It's not even not only very effective, Nick. If I can interrupt you, it's
Yeah,
totally pointless. Ben
right.
Shapiro is a walking nosebleed, and and the poster boy for why we keep getting beaten by bartenders. Okay, we got whipped by fucking AOC. All right. Now, at least the U.S. Navy, when it got slammed at Pearl Harbor, the Japanese fleet happened to be a highly trained, very effective fighting force. We got rolled by the damn Italians. Okay.
Aw.
You know,
R.I.P. Pizza
so,
Boys.
so yeah, maybe we can talk, if you want to, we can talk about my brilliant idea because I'm going to go forward with that.
Yeah, we'll talk about that in a
And we
little
have
bit.
the domains. Greg texted me. We've got the domains.
Oh, good.
So, yeah. Anyway, yeah.
Thomas Deserano Says, what will you do about the enemy within? Don't worry, that's coming
I think you should mention that
in the discussion. So we'll get there. We'll get there.
Stay tuned. You'll get your money's worth on your super chat in a few minutes.
Mercenary X says, "Hey, did you know there's a guy called Simon Parks on BitChute?" No. He has this live stream, but at the very beginning, he discusses how he saw the inauguration live in Spain, where it would be 1 a.m. on the 20th in D.C., 10 hours early before we did. 20th equals wag the dog. No, I have no idea what that's about. I mean, the inauguration happened when it was supposed to happen. And very importantly, people need to understand this. Nothing else happened.
Yep.
I
assume you're talking about all the elaborate theories that the military is going to somehow, sweep in and take Biden out and yada, 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 right? All that bullshit. Okay.
Yes.
Let me address that because I've had to talk to a number of my close friends about this. I don't know what's going to happen. If I did, I'd already be down in my island in the Caribbean, and I wouldn't be bothering with you people. So I don't know what's going to happen. However, I do understand a lot about how the military works and how it sees things, so I can make some predictions based on probability. You would be talking about an absolutely unprecedented, in every conceivable way, intervention in our political system by our military. And you have to understand that it is one of the fundamental, I'm talking fundamental building blocks of our military. It's part of our military's core identity that they are not a police force and that they are not a regime defense force, that they are under civilian control. I mean, so you'd be asking the U.S. military to abandon 250 years of tradition that they take very seriously. You'd also be proposing that a government bureaucracy, which our military is, it's the most competent of the bureaucracies, but that a government bureaucracy would somehow be able to put an operation like that together and nothing ever get leaked. Well, folks, I'll bet you just about any amount of money you care to wager that ain't going to happen. And to get me to bet that it will happen, I'm going to need something like 100 to 1 odds. We lost this round. We just need to, it happens. The enemy does show up. They win battles.
Yeah.
But remember, 3 years after Pearl Harbor, the largest naval battle in world history occurred, and we utterly crushed our enemies. So
and
I don't want to hear about we can't win. That's simply not true.
Well, the other thing is, it is entirely possible that there were some shenanigans that happened that helped the enemy win. Like that's not even entering into it.
I stipulate that the election was stolen.
Okay, for the purposes of YouTube and their review,
according to what I mean is I don't. I'm trying to talk my ass out of this, so just give me a second.
I can do it for you. I'm good.
Yeah, what I mean is you can stipulate that it happened for purposes of argument.
Right.
And it doesn't change anything. It just doesn't change anything. And understand, there's a more interesting question here about whether, besides, is it likely to happen? In my mind, the more interesting question is, what would be best for the nation? And I'll be honest, I'm not at all wild about the idea of a military coup, no matter what the circumstances are. That's a fundamental change, and you just don't see very many militaries in the real world take political power and then give it up. I can't offhand think of any that have.
For me, what was interesting was less like the idea of the military coup and more the idea that people actually genuinely were okay with it. Like that's that's how far apart we are right now. The people are like, actually, I don't trust this. And we have to make no bones or mistakes about this. If Donald Trump had won, the left would be saying the exact same thing.
Sure.
They would have said it was cheating. They actually preloaded the gun on that. Hillary Clinton said that Biden should not, under any circumstances, concede the election. He should exhaust all legal avenues because of fraud that was coming from Trump. That was Hillary Clinton's statement to Biden. This was the media was gearing up to declare Trump's victory invalid. All of this was in the works, and they would be arguing for a military removal of Donald Trump. Hell, they were arguing for a military removal of Donald Trump even after Biden had won. So the idea that this is one-sided or whatever, this is just it's just where we are right now, as people are so far apart.
We're running. I have a number I want you to remember, Nick. 1,535.
1,005. You're the one with the legal pad.
Yep. That's the number of days that we have not had to say President Hillary Rodham pantsuit.
Okay.
Here's the thing, right?
Yeah.
God didn't let Moses go into the promised land. We should be thankful for the 4 years that we did get, because how fun would it be right now today if we had a 5-2 liberal a 7-2 liberal Supreme Court?
Yeah, that would have been terrifying.
And a couple of hundred new liberal federal judges. Trump, if he didn't do anything else, he stopped them in their tracks for 4 years and gave us time to get some things put together right. Now, yes, I wish he'd have won, and I'm furious that he didn't. And I feel how I feel as regards to the, circumstances. But at the same time, it seems a tad graceless to just throw your hands up and say, well, we've been abandoned by God. He doesn't love us anymore. Because we certainly did nothing to deserve Trump. And yet we got him. As the song goes, you don't always get what you want, but you sometimes get what you need. And by the way, Trump ain't going anywhere. I got some bad news for the left. They really are going to find themselves in a Star Wars, strike me down, I become more powerful than you could possibly imagine situation. Can you imagine, Nick, having the money, it literally just being a checkbook item for you to start a media company from the ground up? You have a tremendous amount of personal experience on how to do media stuff. Mm-hmm. And you've got 80 some odd million American adults who will immediately on day one start watching your channel.
It's more than that, because the liberals will watch it too.
Absolutely.
They'll hate watch it constantly. They won't be able to turn it off. Look at Twitter. They couldn't turn off Trump's Twitter. They hated it. And they still every day, what's he saying? I gotta complain about what he's saying. I don't know what to do. They would watch it like crazy. He needs to do it.
Does that mean that it's better that he lost? Well, no. But much like I was talking about with the Vic case, there's degrees of victory. And the idea that we got defeated is bullshit. Okay? We lost a battle, and we lost it hard. But honestly, I think the Pearl Harbor analogy has got a lot going for it. And we can get into that later. I don't want to disrupt the super chats.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to start now. No, I'm just kidding. Siren Jag says a third shift nurse at the long-term care facility where I was immunized on Tuesday had an asymptomatic case of COVID, came to work and exposed every resident. 16 residents wound up dying. I couldn't live with myself if that had been me. Get the vaccine. Well, Siren, I will tell you the truth. I'm not going to any old folks' homes. I don't interact with people generally socially. So it's, I'm waiting on the vaccine to see how many people get autism or die or whatever the outcome is. I say the autism thing is a joke because of the anti-vaxxers. Okay. Just relax. Johan says moving forward. I want to what?
I said that's horrible.
Well,
What I mean is the occurrence that the nurse infected all those people.
Oh yeah, I thought you were talking about the autism thing. I'm like, that's what they claim is causing autism. I had a vacuum cleaner salesman in my house, Ty, tell me about vaccines causing autism.
Now, my law partner has got Aspie kids, and they have
Right.
some pretty strong opinions on that.
Yeah.
And
No.
it ain't the vaccines caused it.
Right. Johan says, moving forward, I want to mercilessly mock and meme the administration. One of the best ways to defang the MSM narrative is to amplify the counter narrative. And that's something that you and I have talked about before, and we'll be talking about more in this stream, is it's time for us to learn how to appropriately ridicule not just the left,
Right.
but the chumps on the right.
In fact, our primary target in the near term isn't the left, which we'll get into in a bit.
Guys, we're calling it the vaccine colloquially. Neither of us care about the actual status of the vaccine as a vaccine or a gene therapy. It's the colloquial term for the thing. It's called the COVID vaccine. This is not a biology stream, and we are not biologists.
If you can't operate Google, would you please get off the stream? It's not my job to define vaccines. Seriously? Jesus Christ. I've missed this. I feel like I've come home.
It's just okay. Okay. Johan says, here's another $20 for Ty's demonetization election speech. Thank you. Thank you, Johan. Much appreciated. Gigoku says, question for Ty and Nick. Would it be a semantic argument in court to say that gun buybacks cannot be called that because most firearms were never property of the U.S. government?
Nobody cares about semantic arguments in court.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to be a prick. I'm just saying nobody cares about that argument.
To put it in legal language, the court would find that argument unavailing.
Yeah. What they would say is, can we take the guns or not, counsel?
Right.
Yeah, that's what a judge is going to say. Can they take the guns or not?
Remember, a much more important argument went before the Supreme Court on semantics, and it was whether or not the fee included in the individual mandate to purchase in the biggest healthcare bill ever created was a tax or a fee. And the Supreme Court said they didn't care what the semantic argument was because it could act as a tax. So on the gun buyback, it would be, and the reason it's called a buyback is because technically if they were to force or somehow imply that you are required to surrender your gun, they would have to compensate you as a Fifth Amendment taking.
Yeah, the buyback is nothing more than just the normal, compensation that you get. I mean, they would love to take. By the way, I really want to make this clear. I'm not being a prick. When we, I don't want you to think we're sneering at you guys, because I'm fully aware that in the popular culture, everybody thinks that courtrooms and judges and all, it's all hyper technical, and every little nuance matters, and that's television, and it really doesn't. Just imagine if you were a judge. You don't care what the terminology is. You want to know what the underlying reality is. So please don't. If I came off a bit like a prick, I didn't mean to. Nick did.
I usually intend it. Well,
I don't think I've ever seen you accidentally be a prick.
It's the sovereign citizen issue. It's a sovereign citizen issue. They believe that there is a set of literal magic legal phrases.
Yeah.
And if you say these words, this incantation appropriately, then you are somehow immune from American jurisprudence. And it literally never works out for them. They can say, I'm not subject to the authority of the state all day because I do not adhere to the social contract of the Constitution. I'm an Article 4 free inhabitant. They can say that all the way from the courtroom into their jail cell, and the court will just go ahead and exert the authority of the state. Whereas someone who the state doesn't have authority over will not end up in a jail cell. Like, that's just how it goes.
And don't feel bad. We have lawyers that make stupid ass semantic arguments all the time.
Yeah.
I call them clever. I call them clever lawyer arguments.
Yeah, I've
You know,
done one. I did a great
we
one.
all have. We all have. Sometimes they even work.
It did for me. Want to hear the story real quick?
Sure, sure.
I had an HOA, uh, and these were multi-unit buildings, right? 5 units, I think. Except my client was in the 4th unit, and they never built the 5th one. So, but they're allegedly planning to, because the exterior wall that would have connected to the 5th unit was an interior wall by construction. So there was supposed to be a unit there, and they just never finished it. And so, at some point, my client had stopped paying the homeowners association dues, suggesting that they should either complete the wall or complete the next unit. And
It's a completely asinine and irrational and unreasonable position.
right, because they couldn't sell the unit. Like that, you couldn't actually give a proper deed. You would have to do a quitclaim deed sale. It reduces the value of the property dramatically. All sorts of, can't pass an inspection. So after a while,
banks can finance the purchase of something like that. I mean,
after a while, they sued my client for the missing amount of money from the monthly homeowners dues, right? And so we go to the small claims court, and I had found out that the organization had been administratively dissolved by the state because they had not originally, when they organized, you could do a one-time organization and it lasted forever.
Mm-hmm.
But then in the 90s, they changed the rules around these community organizations, and they had to be updated every year like an LLC. And they gave them a 3-year period to comply, and they never sent in the paperwork or the fee. And so they were administratively dissolved. In fact, they could have even sent in the fee at any point in time between being dissolved in like 1991 and 2017 or 2018 when this happened. I can't remember what year it was specifically. But so we go into court.
So you were able to accept and go, they don't exist.
I walked into court and I said, they don't exist, Your Honor. And these 2 old ladies, they look over at me and she goes, yes, we most certainly do exist. Then I explained it, and the judge dismissed it.
I'm so sorry I have to explain this to you, Your Honor. There's such sweet little old Nazi ladies who want to, but actually, no, they don't legally exist.
The judge had no idea what to do with that either. She took it, she took it on advisement. We made our arguments.
Exactly what she should do, but
right.
She knew she was going to piss off a bunch of HOA old ladies.
Yeah.
She knew what she needed to do. See, I'd be one of those counsel. Can we go off the record just a minute here? The counsel approach.
Well, they were unrepresented. They thought they had this thing in the bag.
Yeah, that would make it a little bit more complicated. But I'd be going, I really think you guys need to go into the break room there, and y'all need to find some resolution of this, because this is sufficiently complicated that I can guarantee you that none of y'all are going to like how I'm going to rule.
I ended up loving it. She dismissed the case outright. And
did she?
Yeah.
Wow, you got courage.
Dismissed it.
And then, people, man, they never forget.
We did have to get it resolved later though, because it was small claims, and so in Minnesota you can automatically appeal to the district court a small claims.
Same in Texas, you can go to big people court anytime.
So then we went there, and we ended up coming to an amicable resolution. But you should have heard the other lawyer. He's a really nice guy. I've worked with him on several things, and he was just like, there's no way this worked. I was like, of course it worked. He just was dumbstruck by it.
Let me say it this way, Nick. I'm not disparaging your advocacy skills.
No,
I'm impressed that your judge was courageous enough to go up against an HOA like that.
Yeah,
but of course your judge probably lives in a subdivision that has an HOA, and in that list of things I've never ever heard in my whole life, I really like my HOA.
Yep,
they look out for us. I mean, Beard and Harris, we actually have the scalps of a number of HOHs on our belt. We've we had a cottage industry going there for a few years where we were just tearing HOAs apart left and right. But my favorite HOA story is one of my business owner clients, my good ones. You know, self-made guy, grew up dirt poor, had a very successful company, sold it, made $1 jillion. Just a good guy, good businessman. You know, no bullshit. And he has a beautiful second home in Colorado in the mountains, and of course, it's got an HOA. And they put some woman lawyer in charge of the HOA. And well, I bet you know where this went.
Uh-oh.
So they got crossways, and she called him up and she started telling him what he was going to do. Yeah, and I get one of those calls that, you know, if you're not in the business, guys, you would think, wow, that's a great call to get when a client goes, I don't care how much it costs. I want you to make them cry.
Yeah.
Now, you know, you say to yourself, wow, that's great. I mean, no, you're never in greater danger of being fired by your client
Yeah.
than when that happens. That's the only time that could possibly come close is when the client comes in and says, "You were right. I should have listened to you."
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about that level of peril. Okay, so I get the call, and he's, you know, and we, you know, now look, it would only cost 10 grand to I don't give a shit what you.
Yeah. I got more
Yes,
than
sir.
10 grand to make them suffer.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. So I said, well, okay, okay. And so we went to war, and we just started taking that HOA apart. They weren't, you know, they were typical HOA stuff. They weren't in compliance with their own stuff. Of course,
Never
you know,
are.
we immediately, you know, they had to hire lawyers, which meant they had to do a special assessment on everybody. My client went and talked to every single one of his neighbors and said, "This is why I'm suing the HOA." And the neighbors were like, "Wait a minute, I hate those bastards too, and now they're assessing me to pay for the fight against you." So anyway, they got rid of the woman, and I thought we were gonna resolve it, but the war keeps going on, you know. And I'm like, you know, this is weird. I get a call from the client. He goes, "Well, I guess you can stand down." I said, "Oh, um, I, because I tend to represent highly capable people.
Mm-hmm.
I don't generally, you know, tell them don't talk to the other side, or you know, I generally trust my client's judgment.
Sure.
You can't do that with normal clients, but mine I can." So it didn't bother me that he had talked to him. I said, "Well, what's going on?" He said, "Well, I've talked to the new head of the HOA and we got it resolved." And I said, "Okay." I said, "Well, could you tell me what the resolution is so that, you know, I can, I don't know, type it up or something?" He said,
Yeah.
"Yeah, they've elected me the president of the HOA." I went, those vicious bastards. That's the only HOA that beat us.
There you go.
That's the only one that beat us. But he's and the thing is, he's actually a fairly meticulous, you know, wants things done right kind of guy. So it's
Yeah.
not like that he would, you know, like most successful businessmen, he doesn't have the ability to do anything half-ass. I mean, it's just not in his nature.
Yeah.
But yeah, HOA or battles are you know, they're fun. But
Yeah, well,
uh,
the irony of HOAs is that they will come after you for the smallest infractions of a written rule, and yet they are often unable to comply with the complex nature of what it is to be an HOA. Somewhere, it just takes a lot of digging sometimes, but somewhere they're out of compliance, especially if it's an old HOA that's been around forever. I mean, because they get comfortable.
yeah, and a lot of it is, you know, we haven't ever had to actually go to trial to beat HOAs. We beat them with strategy.
Hmm.
Uh, you know, that whole thing of, you know, you're going to piss off every one of your neighbors because my client's going to go door to door and explain why we're fighting you. We have, you know, you're back to this thing too of, and this isn't self-serving. This really is accurate. I've never been unreasonable. My client's never been unreasonable with the HOA. They've never said, "I'm not going to do anything you tell me." You know, we've always been business reasonable, which is, you know, you can do this HOA without undermining your authority or destroying your ability to operate or all that.
Yeah.
You know, so uh, but yeah, the problem with the HOAs, guys, like I said, nobody likes. Now, you know what? I'm gonna say this: the HOA in the neighborhood that I live in,
Uh-huh.
it's actually a good one.
Sure.
But you,
Blink
but
twice if they just showed up with ARs and are pointing them at you right now.
yeah, I think he's blinking torture. I think. Um, well, but there's a reason for that. You have to know a little bit about so Tyler, Texas is a very wealthy little town because it was where the East Texas oil fields were. So there's a lot of money in this town, always has been. Um, and in the 80s, my subdivision was built basically by the new money oil guys in the early 80s.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't the hoity toity people, but they had lots of money. So when they built the subdivision, they put in the kind of HOA that people like that would put in. Very low footprint, very low involvement, very don't jack with us. Um, and so our HOA has actually been pretty beneficial. They stopped a really ugly office development that was going to happen in the front, that kind of thing. And they throw a good party every year. But we don't really have tree police walking up and down down
No.
our streets, measuring because we'd shoot them. Uh, but but that's the only HOA I've ever been involved with that I could say was functionally competent. But
Vanta Blackberry Jim says, I saw what I could stomach of the usurpation, and I was reminded of all the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar scenes in The Stand. Thanks, Joe Sniffit. Random Blaze says, welcome
the
back.
dark man's coming. The dark man's coming.
Welcome back, Ty.
We got you dead.
I bet $10 that Biden lasts 6 to 8 months before he is yeeted and Harris is prez with Pelosi as vice president. And then he says, as Kermit, get over here and let me sniff ya. Yes. Flintstone fresh.
I think he came out and saw his shadow today, which means he's got 6 weeks of being president, right?
2 years and a day. 2 years and a day, and you know it.
That's your prediction.
That's when Kamala can be crowned as queen for 10 years.
Oh, got it. That's the optimum break point.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
Tina says Biden in his.
I'm sorry, I got to say this. Dr. Jill Biden is not going to let him resign.
But she was in a stunning. Did you see? She was bringing fashion back to the White House today. That was the article I saw.
Okay, look, I know that liberals are masters of cognitive dissonance, but they have to have seen Melania Trump at some point.
Always impeccably dressed in some of the, in literal designer clothing every single day. Like, oh.
And just one of the most stunning women in the world. I mean, yeah. So yeah, Dr. Jill Biden is going to outdo that.
Yep.
You're still.
Tina says Biden in his first day already stopped a pipeline being built costing at least 10K jobs. Yep, he stopped the Dakota Access Pipeline. Don't forget that one of his first acts as president was to fire a black man, which was the Surgeon General of the United States. Joe.
By the way, I'm sorry for the rest of you people, but these anti-energy policies are going to be an absolute windfall for Texas and Oklahoma and some of our other states.
There you go. Austin Heartless says, I had COVID. Only symptom I didn't have was loss of taste. 4 days were a living hell.
That's bizarre because from what I hear, that's an almost universal thing. So.
Yeah. So wait. Oh, yeah. So the Dakota Access Pipeline actually screws Canada? Well, yeah. I would have voted for Biden if I would have thought of that. No, I'm just kidding. That's a joke.
No, you didn't hear Trudeau. Their boy prime minister, the pajama boy prime minister, sent people down to reason with Biden, and it's like,
Oh wait, did Trudeau thought that he was special?
Yes.
That he's not just a walking joke, and that
right.
Well, because they're Canada, that he wouldn't cancel the pipeline. Doesn't Trudeau?
That's so cute. Well, and organize.
Trudeau hates the Indians.
Huh?
Trudeau hates the Indians, apparently.
Apparently so. Organized labor was not happy about this either, because a lot of the workforce working on this is unionized.
Yeah.
Um, boy, that's too bad.
But they won't do anything because uh,
Don't
the,
care.
the
Don't care.
Canadians will still vote for Biden, and so will
Just
the unions.
don't care. Just want them to hurt.
That's true. Nunya Biz
I mean,
says
yeah.
inhaling seems to be a trait in the Biden family. Just the application changes generationally. Gross. A crafty Huragog says, enjoy how honked we are for the first 15 plus executive orders Biden did in the first 4 hours. Honk honk, we're screwed. Yeah.
No, we're not.
I mean, we're not in the long term, but there's going to be some short term pain.
Well, of course.
Yeah.
You know.
Socialism is for figs. Says, look, a 99.99987 survival rate must be definitely the worst thing ever. So Ty is definitely a deep fake now, and we can't trust anything he says.
There you
Lol.
go. Yeah. As far as I know, my life was never in danger or anything, but I'm just telling you, it sucks.
Yeah. K Maxor says, Ty, look up Azure Lane and tell me ships are pretty masculine.
Azure Lane.
AZUR Lane.
I said warships.
Maybe this is a warship. I'm looking it up. I don't know what this is. AZUR Lane. Oh, this is definitely a warship.
Yeah, somehow I don't remember the Battle of Midway including them.
It did. I was there.
Yeah, that is. I assume that's that Japanese series where various classic Japanese battleships are represented by little hottie anime babes.
Well, I mean, you can call them hot. I don't know. That's up to you.
Well, I mean, actually,
You did.
One of your audience was really gracious if they sent me a model kit.
Yeah.
In fact, funny thing is, the model kit they sent me, I think, was the Lexington.
Perfect.
Yeah, and it was a model of the ship with a little anime chickie babe thing.
Game Maxor. Wait, no. Blaine20 says, hey, Ty, missed you, Big Daddy. With the psycho left thinking it's their heyday, maybe they'll drum up a lot of business for you these next few years.
Well, your uncle chewed my ass out for making the comment that I was going to be okay.
Yeah, I can see that. You deserved it. I'm on his side.
I did, and he's always there for me, kind of like you are. I appreciate the fact that y'all are there to keep me reined in, but what I mean is that yes, their policies create winners and losers, and their policies create winners and losers that don't necessarily fall on their. They create winners that don't fall on their side.
Right.
Texas is going to benefit handsomely from a Biden presidency, because energy is a major chunk of our economy, and so anything that drives up energy costs is literally just putting money in our pockets.
Yeah,
now,
that's the thing people don't really. I don't know if they put that together as well, but if you own stock in oil or engineering and refining that's related to the petroleum industry, you may personally like low gas prices, but when gas hits $4 a barrel or $4 a gallon, I mean, your stock goes through the roof. That's when things are really lucrative.
Yeah, and the thing is, making the observation that certain economic policies will benefit Texas in no way means I'm advocating those policies.
Right.
Because net they're bad. Anything that artificially causes energy to cost more is net bad for the nation's economy.
Yeah.
But it's not bad for Texas's economy. It's not bad for Oklahoma.
Well, it's not bad for Glenn Beck. He's had a rough run for 4 years.
Well,
no, I mean, seriously, I remember that was actually one of the things. No, it wasn't I wasn't listening to him in 2016. But I think it was back in 2012 when he was because he was pro Romney. One, because Romney's a Mormon, he's a Mormon. But two, because Romney wasn't Obama. But one of the things that he talked about a lot was it's much more profitable for him if Obama wins. And
yeah.
And then he actually, Right, and he actually, I think, suffered a decent blow under Trump because one he was initially a never Trumper, although he walked that back pretty quickly, I think.
To
But
his credit. To his
yeah,
credit.
and so did Mark Levin.
Yeah.
Not, and so did I. I wasn't a
Well,
never
Coach
Trumper,
Tucker, who
but
is a great commentator that I like. I mean,
yeah,
there's a huge list of people who said, that guy's a lunatic. I'm not going to vote for him. I don't criticize anybody that opposed Trump through the primaries.
right.
I'll even cut you some slack on not supporting him for president, although I do think it's pretty hard argument to make even then that he was likely to be worse than Hillary. But I'll cut you some slack because he was an unknown quantity. What chaps my ass is that we've got a bunch of damn so-called conservatives that for the last 4 years have done nothing but sit around and clutch pearls and bitch about Trump's mean tweets. And now these same pieces of shit are going, hey, send us some money so we can take on Joe Biden. Yeah, I don't think I really need a soy field simp helping us out here. So,
Phoenix Orem says, this is a long chat, man. And I know what it is.
you're a professional. You're just gonna have to suck it up.
His name is Nick. I have dreams about his GoFundMe. He tweets, my Twitter I got court in half an hour. Oh, how he rocks in Keds and tube socks. I've got the tune wrong. But he doesn't know who I am. And he doesn't give a damn about me, 'cause I'm just a wheezing dirtbag, baby. I'm just a wheezing dirtbag, baby. Simp to Iron Monica, maybe with me. Godspeed. Glad you're healthy, Ty. If Nick is the dude and Ty is Walter, who would Donnie be in your circle?
The reference has gone
Big
completely.
Lebowski.
Oh, yeah.
So
Yeah,
if
who's our Donnie?
I'm the dude and you're Walter. So who's Donnie?
I'm the shut the fuck up, Donnie.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Okay, good. John Goodman. I'm John. Okay, that's fair.
So who's Donnie?
I don't know that we have a Donnie actually among us.
Well, it'd have to be my uncle, I guess.
Now you're just trying to talk me into a knife fight.
Yep.
I'm not gonna take the bait.
I'll take it. You tell him. Bad Vibes says, hey, Ty, we said may the force be with you, not may the coof infect you. Please check your hearing aids, you boomer.
I do want to say thank you to the chat on the last chat. That was sublime. Thank you.
Onyx Robot says, thought I'd send a 20 to say your show is a great watch for the natural conversation the show produces. Also, Ty's camera is so close, it reminds me of a B-movie close-up. Have a great night.
Yeah. Man, I even read an article on how to set your camera up.
That is quintessentially you. That's so great. Man, I read an article on how to set my camera up.
Yeah. I'm the guy that called you long distance one time to tell you that I'd sent a tweet. So
that's true.
What do you expect? Yeah, sadly, my tech support staff was already, wasn't available. So I'm doing this au naturel. So
so briefly, since we're talking about B movies, have you ever seen the Andy Sedaris movies?
Oh yeah. I don't remember I don't remember any of them, but yeah, smoking hot chicks bouncing about in really bad movies.
The single greatest series of movies of all time. He's my favorite director, and I found my favorite actress of all time in the movies as well. It's really amazing. Yep.
Which one?
Cynthia Brimhall.
Don't recognize the name. Cynthia Brimhall?
Yep. Her name is Edie Stark in the movies.
Well, let me just see if I recognize.
Do a little research.
Well, I mean, her.
Yep. The best actress of this or any generation, as far as I'm
She was
concerned.
in Guns.
Yep.
Yeah.
She's the opening scene of Guns, the opening credit
Yes.
scene of Guns.
Very, very good Guns.
Highly talented singer and dancer.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Uh, I've been watching them on live streams on Twitch lately.
I got to figure out a way to change my whole work schedule so that I can go in late, be productive, and stay up all night with you, because I'm obviously missing out on a lot of fun.
Oh, they're fantastic.
That can happen because we're having our beginning of the year staff meeting Friday, where I lay down our business plan for the year, and
our business hours now start at 2 p.m.
It's entirely possible. Well, one of the things, funny enough, like for example, I've tasked our immigration supervisor to assess the likely impact on our business of the various immigration initiatives
Sure.
that they're talking about. I don't have any idea how it'll affect us, but
lots of amnesty paperwork.
Again, and I want to say this so that I don't get my ass chewed out by your uncle again. I'm not bragging about this. I'm just simply observing that that's absolutely true. That, the thing you got to understand about Democratic policies is this.
Mm-hmm.
They only benefit affluent white liberals.
Yeah.
Or people who are somehow connected with that group.
Right.
Lawyers are mostly affluent white liberals.
Right.
I'm a lawyer. I'm not a liberal, but I get the same benefit that they do because I'm a lawyer. And what you have to understand is they're not going to do anything that doesn't put money in lawyers' pockets. They're just not going to.
No, 90% of them are lawyers.
Yeah. Well, it's just in the nature of the way they see the world. The thing is, when I make these observations, my point is, you, as an adult and as a rational person and as a decent person, you should be able to distinguish between what's good for you personally and what's good for the country as a whole. I think arbitrarily increasing energy prices is an absolute abomination. And what makes it even more tragic is that it disproportionately affects and harms the poorest among us. If my gas prices go up 50%, it's not going to be any big deal for me. It's just not. But some guy that's making $10 an hour, yeah, it's a pretty big deal. How many illegal aliens do I harbor? I harbor none. But we actually do have a fairly extensive immigration department. I represent manufacturers. You think having the ability to handle immigration issues might be useful in that in that space?
Maybe. Creeper Weirdo says we need to make more fun art. I've told my younger brother this. EVS has done more for the right than Shapiro has. Here's your shekels. Straight. Here's your shekels, by the way, Nikki. Yeah, we have to retake or at least carve out our section of culture for the right to engage in.
Yeah, I think we need to have that conversation that we had today. I think it's time. I mean, it sounds like your stream is already kind of with us, and they're getting it.
Oh yeah, that's I know that it'll go over well. We're almost caught up to that spot. So Music and Fiction says Ty Beard is a better lawyer than Robert Barnes. He's much more personable and not a tool. Sad Ty got Bruce Lee flu. Hope he takes his zinc. By the way, is there anything we can do to give journalists the baton death march?
Funny you should mention that. Just hang on.
Jared Frost says, who in the world is Ty referring to when he says we? Surely he isn't referring to the sellout Republicans and Cocaine Mitch. How does he propose conservatives essentially usurp half the uniparty system when Trump couldn't?
My God, that's a good question.
And we're almost there. Keep that one in mind. Synac 8 says, Ty, if you don't, they're not going to impeach a Supreme Court until it's a 9-0 in their 9-0 in their favor. You are a specially handicapped boomer. I don't know what that means.
Well, I think what they're saying is that there's no way we can win.
AGK says, any chance
You're a tie.
tonight, Lord Nick and Lord Ty watch the tale David Hall? Hope you both are doing well.
Cool.
I don't know what David Hall is.
Don't either, but
Never
keep
heard
my
of
eyes
him.
out.
Vanta Blackberry Jim says, my previous chat was due to Joe Sniffed needing to give thanks to all the dead that voted for him.
I sit here all day long coming up with names for Biden, and just some random guy on your stream comes out with the most brilliant name I've heard today.
Joe Sniffit.
It's like Joe Dirt, only it's just Joe Sniff.
It's like
Well,
whoever called Mitch McConnell Cocaine Mitch the first time. That guy kills me. Benjamin Myers says, custom propane and natural gas is doing great here thanks to Winnie the Flu. All dining and bars are outside now, so we are backed up for months for fire pits and heating. Keep us busy and a lot of fun designing. Nix Hex says, this talk of benefiting under a bad president you didn't vote for reminds me of something Drex said a while back. To paraphrase, a real man votes for the good of the nation, not for his own self-interest. Well, yeah.
Drex is right.
E1337 Neo says, not even 24 hours into Biden's presidency, and Antifa is already attacking the Democrat headquarters in Portland, chanting they want revenge, not Biden. This must be a new record. Off to a great start with Sleepy Joe. Stooge Muffin Stuffin says, I know I've mentioned this before a while ago, but Ty, you should look up the Aleutian Islands campaign. Operation Cottage was a shit show of epic proportions. Simple History did a great video on it. Also, it was the only land battle fought on U.S. soil.
I knew that. My knowledge of the Aleutians campaign is mostly as a sideshow for the Midway operation. But I've heard it's actually quite an interesting, because it was a nasty fight at the end of basically both countries are at the very tip end of their supply lines, because Alaska was like another continent effectively for us. Yeah, I'm circling back into World War II hard from a hobby interest and stuff. So I'll definitely do that. Oh, by the way, I don't want to forget this. I emailed you a Rand Corporation report where they talk about how they're using Fistful of Toes to develop military doctrine for the 21st century.
I saw the email. I didn't open the document because you didn't
That's what
send
that
it.
is.
You
That's
didn't
what
send
that
it
is.
as a hyperlink somehow.
Okay, well, I want to send it to you because I want you to make it available to your stream.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that geeks me out to an almost cynical degree. Well, I mean, I've known they've been using Fistful of Toes for a couple of years now, and I've known that.
Yeah.
But they actually released a report where they said we used Fistful of Toes, and our generals and military said, "Yep, it's a great game. It covers it. It's satisfactory." Like when I'm sitting there going, ah.
You should have monetized it when you had the chance.
Well, if I had been willing to get a GSA certification, they would have purchased their copies from me basically at whatever price I would have named. But life's just way too short. So I'll just buy it commercially. They were what's cool though. This is where you get into interesting stuff. So Fistful of Toes doesn't cover robotic warfare because that's not really the period of time it's focused on. So they had to extrapolate our rules and extend them and develop, to cover some of those things. Well, of course, they shared with me all their rules, and so when I do Fistful of Toes 4, I'm going to have rules written by the Rand Corporation. Anyway, sorry, I just we're talking Nerd Factor 9 here, so.
Oh yeah, it's off the charts.
It really kind of is.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay. Baal says, I would love to see you, especially with Ty, do a series of videos covering the various aspects of courtroom procedures, from the judge to the prosecution and defense attorney perspective, and also how to behave in a trial when called to the witness stand.
Sure,
I mean, we can, but it's pretty simple. Wear a suit and answer questions clearly.
Mm-hmm. Well, listen to your lawyer. And sometimes that's hard to do because it's easy to assume that your lawyer is an idiot. And tragically, sometimes your lawyer will be an idiot. But the thing you got to understand about courts, the courtroom, and I think you'll agree with me on this, Nick, is it is a completely and totally artificial environment. And you haven't done anything like this before. It's nothing like it is on television. You ever notice on TV how clean and how how non-cluttered courtrooms are.
And how quickly and efficiently they go through things.
Sure.
Like, I mean,
Yeah.
they go
But I
through
mean,
a
if you go into
murder
a normal
trial in
courtroom on a
minutes.
normal day, the lawyers have got shit stacked up everywhere. All the tables are full of paper and boxes and shit. The jury's all crammed up. If there is a jury, they're all crammed up over in the jury boxes. There's never enough space.
And they've got
Yeah.
2 or 3 state attorneys sitting at the table with the only 2 chairs and 1 folding chair pulled up, and they're all just anxiously waiting. They're like, "Please, can I get my one case out of the way so I can go to lunch because I got to come back and do the traffic court."
Attorneys typically remind you of waiters
Yes.
stacked up pass at a cheap restaurant.
Yeah.
My point is, it's a completely artificial environment. So when your lawyer says do this and you go, that sounds stupid. Well, it would be stupid in the real world, but but imagine you're out on a football field and you didn't know anything about football, and coach walks up and goes, okay, you need to kneel right now. You need to get in the 3-point stance right now and not move until that ball moves. And you go, why? Because those are the rules. I mean, that's
Yeah.
that's what a courtroom is. It's a hyper artificial environment, and lawyers, I think, could do a much better job explaining that to their clients than they often do. Because lawyers lose situational awareness. They deal with it every day, so they just think kind of everybody knows, and it's like, no, not at all, actually.
Yeah.
So yeah.
No, it's foreign for everybody. Okay, last one, and then let's talk about your thing. Johan says, I don't want to alienate your audience with this. As a religious man,
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do.
As a religious man, I want to relate. 1 Samuel 8 warns that the king you ask for will commit your sons to war and will take the best of your fields for his officers and servants.
Okay. At the time, that was probably accurate about that king.
Yeah.
Not sure what we do with that information today, though.
Well, I think he's just saying be wary of rulers in general. Like that's a message to take out of Samuel and really the Jewish reflections on the kingship that God warned them. You don't want a king. You don't want a king. You don't want a king. And they said, no, give us a king. So he gave them a king, and then the king did stuff that ended up putting them ultimately in exile. And
weren't the Israelites the hardest-headed people in the history of the planet?
They seem like it, but that may be because we just don't have as many writings from anyone else.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Having been a father myself, and you can, you too, obviously. Okay, Moses, hit the rock one time. Bam, bam.
Why'd you hit it twice? What the hell's wrong with you?
Told you to hit it once. Okay, leave the city and do not look back.
All you had to do is just go forward.
Yeah. What part of don't look back did you not get? Was the don't? Was it the look? Help me help you.
Yep.
When I was young and growing up and all this, and I'd read the Old Testament, I go, man, God was kind of a hard ass. It's kind of, Once I became a high school teacher and then later became a parent, I'm going, oh yeah, I get the wrath of God. By the way, Stream, being a parent will help you be a much better Christian. At least it was. Would you say would that be your experience, Nick? I understand God and so much. I think I understand God so much better.
Yeah. You get that perspective pretty quickly.
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. This last chat here. Socialism is for Fig says, can you show the video of the National Guard showing their backs to Biden? I know you hate being asked to do things, but it is heartwarming. It's really hard when I have a guest on to share a video with you guys and the guest. So not tonight, but tomorrow maybe. And that's also a double response to people who've been asking me to show Ty the video of the Zoom courtroom hearing, where the lawyer abandons their client on the Zoom courtroom hearing. And yeah,
hey, I gotta take a pit stop real quick.
Oh, okay.
So let me run do that. It won't take 3 shakes of a lamb's tail. Well, bad enough.
Stop it.
Yeah, no, sorry about that. I'll be right back.
So anyway, so there I am, expertly getting down to one, to the last of the $20 plus super chats, getting ready to transition smoothly as a professional into Ty's discussion on how we kind of go forward, what the political posture is or should be of the conservative group of Republicans, or however you want to look at it. I don't know if Republican's the right word. I don't consider myself a Republican. I haven't for a long time because it's not the party that energizes me in any way. It's certain people who tend to end up in the Republican Party that I tend to rally behind. And I can't name any Democrats who have gotten me excited or anything like that. But I don't really care about the party itself. That just tends to be how it works out, if that makes sense. Yes, American. I get it, but you have typically you have some sort of political leaning. Like I said, I don't like the Republican Party particularly, but a lot of the people I end up supporting do tend to end up as Republicans. Um, but yeah, okay.
Okay.
Do you have to power up your earphones, or am I on speakers?
You're on speakers.
Oh, okay, good.
Can you hear
Gotcha.
me?
Yeah, no, you're fine.
Oh, good. Okay.
All right. Let's transition into your thing, which I had perfectly timed out to right when you would have to go to the bathroom. So that was
It was
good.
brilliant. It was
Yeah,
brilliant. I mean, you are a pro, of
I
course.
know. I know. Okay, so we talked about this a little bit earlier, but
Yeah.
this is in discussing where we go from here. So what's your
Um,
idea here?
okay. Let me start with a little bit of preliminary stuff. So we've got a lot of things we've got to do. Okay. Um, but you got to start somewhere, and it's always difficult whenever when you've lost a round, and we lost
Yep.
this round.
That's
Okay.
right.
You have to, you have to understand the difference between, just naive, bald ass positive thinking and blind optimism. There actually is a place for that, but that's not. You're not going to win a war with blind optimism. You're also not going to win a war, by the way, with blind pessimism either. So I've got a pretty substantial number of Facebook friends. A lot of them are clients, and they've been very heavily demoralized by the last 2 months, and particularly in the last few days. And you know, I've been part of the thing that I like to do is to reassure our side that all is not lost, and that we, you know, and you got to understand, I'm not doing this as a stratagem. I'm not saying, well, I just want to make them feel better. That's not at all. I mean, I base these things upon my assessment, honestly as I can, as objectively as I can, how things are going. And I sort of had an epiphany uh, over the last 72 hours. It's something I've been working on and been, kind of turning in my brain for months now. But it sort of all just kind of coalesced, and it really kind of, crystallized this afternoon. Called Nick and said, "Hey, so we have to do a lot of things, but we got to figure out what's the most important thing for us to do." And remember too that a lot of the things it's not all necessarily one after the other. You can do multiple things at the same time. There's not, we can. The U.S. was simultaneously able to fight Japan and able to fight Germany. We were able to simultaneously launch offensives in this part of the world versus that. Um, but we have to fight smarter. As a basic proposition, we have to fight smarter, and we got to stop fighting the war that we want to fight and fight the war that we have to fight.
Okay.
I honestly don't think your stream is going to have to be persuaded on this point. As much as anything, I'm offering these up as ways to approach, if you believe that we're onto something, ways to approach other folks.
Yeah.
One thing that we have to do is we've got to rally our side. You know, So that's just a broad kind of generalized. That's what we got to do. This is our first target. This is the target that we need to defeat first. I've never seen an army win a war by allowing traitors in its midst to go unchecked. Okay. Um, First order of business for us is we have to neutralize the rhinos. And I'm going to use that term as a very broad term, but it's basically the pussycons.
He's
You
not
know,
talking about anything physical, YouTube.
no,
Just
no,
so
I
we're
mean, I
clear.
mean politically, precisely. And understand, I use the term neutralize. I didn't say run them out of the party, destroy them, defeat them, or whatever. It's necessary to neutralize them. Getting rid of them would be great. Don't get me wrong. But in the hierarchy, if we can get rid of them, great. If we can scare the hell out of them, make them shut up, that's good enough. If we can just simply render them irrelevant, that's okay. You know, but we have to, you know, our number one target for the next year, 2 years needs to be the traitors in our midst. The cool thing is, I
You're
think,
not talking about Ben Sass, are you?
as a matter of fact, he'd almost be the poster child if Mitt Romney didn't exist.
That's true.
Or for that matter, Texas's own John Cornyn. You
Yeah.
know,
But Ben Sass has been really,
mm-hmm.
really huffing his own farts
Yeah,
lately.
yeah.
And
Well,
it's embarrassing. When is he going to learn? The media doesn't like him.
he's not. He's not going to. He's not going to. But my strategy doesn't require him to learn a goddamn thing. So, um, all right. So that observation of mine is hardly brilliant. I've seen in the stream tonight people saying we got to get, you know, we got to do something about the rhinos. So just observing that's good and that's fine. But the question of the moment is, okay, what are the targets and how do we service them, as the military would say? Now, when I say rhinos, I'm not just talking about Republican politicians. In fact, I don't even know that I'm primarily talking about Republican politicians. I'm talking about also Republican pundits. Uh, I'm going to use Shapiro as the whipping boy. He's not the only one. He may not even be the worst, but he's pretty goddamn awful. So we'll use him as our stand-in for all of these folks. Um, the epiphany that I had is that Nick and I have talked for God years on your show, I think,
Mm-hmm.
that ridicule is the most effective and devastating tactic to use against the left. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
we don't do it very well.
No.
We do it better than they do, whatever that's
Oh,
worth.
it's amazing. Like you call well, I happen to prefer calling people on Twitter fat, for example.
Yes, yes.
And the amount of inability to deal with the
Mm-hmm.
throwaway line of yeah, but you're a fatso. Like they don't
Mm-hmm.
it drives them crazy. It's
Yeah,
great.
it's devastatingly effective. The problem is that adults don't like to do that.
Right.
I have some conservative friends, clients who are brilliant, and they find that insanely distasteful. Okay. The good news is one of them, who is a very successful businessman, he's a lawyer. I represent him actually. He's a classmate from law school, has a huge law firm. Sent me a text message and said, "Let's get together and talk about that ridicule thing. I think I'm beginning to understand what you're getting at." um, so, so the good news is with the kind of stuff we're going to be talking about, I think we're actually at an inflection point where there's enough of us out there that are willing to do it. But, and we'll get to that. But the epiphany that I had was this, and it all came out of Mitt Romney, him getting called out by that woman on the plane and by the people booing him and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It psychologically shut him down.
Yeah.
Now, it's no big secret that Mitt Romney is a complete and total pussy. Okay, but it shut him down completely. And in my professional life, I've long known that an effective tactic to use against other lawyers is to make them personally uncomfortable. And the way you do that is you give them a good cussing, or you threaten to whip their ass. You know, now you better be willing to actually back that up. But that used at the right time in the right circumstance, that can be devastatingly effective against opposing counsel. Now, like all weapons, it's got to be used at the right time. So anyway, but we've known this about liberals. Nick is a master at torturing liberals on Twitter. It's actually it's artistry to read that stuff. The epiphany I had was the same exact tactics will work just as well, if not better, against the rhinos. In fact, I think it will work better than the rhinos, because guess what? The rhinos aren't going to get any backup and support from the media and the left, because they hate those fucking rhinos as much as we do. And if we could simply neutralize the rhinos, it'll quadruple our firepower. That's the most effective way to start the process of winning the war, in my opinion. The good news is we really don't have to attack the Democrats. We need to stay the hell out of their way and let them demonstrate to the American people exactly what they're like. The outrage about how Biden, how they just cavalierly have disrespected the troops that are defending them in D.C. I think that's wonderful. I want them reminding the military constantly that they hold them in total contempt. When Biden appoints as his, as a health secretary, this ugly lunatic, transgendered person who killed maybe 10,000 or more elderly people by ordering nursing homes to accept infected patients, and oh, by the way, put his own mother took his own mother.
Bigot.
I have no idea what its preferred pronoun is, but it put its mother in a hotel before doing that. Guys, the reaction to that, of course, is not outrage. The reaction is unmitigated ridicule. But I don't want to get distracted. That's how we attack the other side. My point is...
Did you watch 30 Rock?
Yeah.
Doesn't the health person look like the Slavi writer guy with the hat?
Yeah, he does. He's got blonde hair.
Yeah, it looks it's the same person. I saw the picture and I was like, that's the guy. That's the guy from 30 Rock.
But that's also the health guy. Transgendered person on the planet. I mean, we're not talking about RuPaul here. We're not even talking about Caitlyn Jenner. I mean, this is an ugly, ugly human being, theoretically.
Yeah.
So anyway, I don't want to get distracted on that. I'm offering that as an illustration that the Democrats are going to basically do a lot of our work for us for the next 6 months to a year. Okay, our job vis-a-vis them is to poke them when we can. Certainly, do anything we can to cause dissension between them. All that kind of stuff. But basically, they are sort of like Japan in World War II. They're not the primary theater for us right now. For us, Germany is the rhinos. All right. Well, okay, Ty, that's great. We got to take down the rhinos. How do we do it? Well, exactly like I said, relentless, evil-spirited, mean-spirited, nasty, insulting, harassing abuse.
Not harassment.
Not harassment, but verbal abuse. We make fun of them. We ridicule them. We insult them. We go after them.
This is not a call for any harassment of any person.
No harassment? No, of course not.
This is merely a suggestion to express your political opinions on their cuckoldry.
Right. I want to announce that I have procured the domain www.gopcuck.com and gopcucks.com too. I don't know what the website's going to look like. I'm just kind of putting this together on the fly. but I'm thinking a centralized clearinghouse to, number one, call out the cucks. I'm thinking, a cuck wall of shame, a tab that'll have every phone number and contact piece of information that we can get on each cuck, who their chief of staff is. I'm not talking about doxing anybody, but I want, so for example, I'll be talking to lobbyists and politicians that I know in the next week and say, tell me what the most effective way to, to get under the skin. If you're a pissed off constituent, what's the most effective way to let you know that you're pissed? Now personally, I think it's phone calls. I could be wrong. Let's assume for purposes of discussion tonight that in fact telephone calls are the most effective technique. Okay. Well, I want a centralized clearinghouse to mobilize the troops. When Ben Sass acts like the cuck that he is, in a perfect world, let's say that my hypothetical site had already existed and I actually had the audience and everything. Ben Sass's staff would have spent the next 3 days on the phone with people that are furious, calling Ben Sass a faggot, whatever. I mean, obviously we're gonna have to work on which words are effective, and we can't, there's obviously, having grown up in the 70s and the 80s, that was the ubiquitous insult. Just saying. But my point being is that I've been getting some intel from people on the ground in Wyoming. Liz Cheney, talk about a walking nosebleed, right? From
Yeah.
freaking Wyoming. The local Republican Party is about ready to string her up by her toes because basically their phone system has been shut down for a week and a half now by enraged voters that are demanding her head on a pike. She ended her political career. I want that to happen to every single rhino. And I want that to happen to every single bow tie wearing, soy filled piece of shit like Ben Shapiro, who sat around for 4 years doing nothing but clutching pearls, whining about Trump's mean tweets, and now has the audacity to come out and say, if you'll give us money, we too can fight Joe Biden. Well, I'll tell you what, when I need a bunch of pussies to help me, I'll let you know. Give you an example, PJ Media, okay? It's a conservative clearinghouse for blogs. They were completely and totally compromised and infiltrated by never Trumpers. Okay, they actually put an article up yesterday that said, "With your help, we can defeat Joe Biden and the Democrats." And I went to the art. So a lot of the clearinghouse is also going to be used to help people help sort through the tactics and figure out what works and what doesn't work, and maybe give some advice to our friends that aren't as good as Nick. At that stuff.
Well, I don't know. Gamer words are flying. I'm doing.
Yeah. But for example, this would be sort of a case study on how you ridicule pundits. I went to Instapundit, which linked to the article, and said, Glenn, okay, let me get this straight. Vichy France tells America that they can beat the Germans if America will give them the money. Why do we care what these wussy cons are saying? Well, Instapundit drives a lot of traffic, and they sent a lot of traffic to that article. So I immediately excoriated them on Instapundit. Cool thing is, a whole lot of other people were too. That's the really cool thing about what I'm talking about is there's a critical mass of us now, and what we got to do is we got to turn this into a movement.
Yeah, people are pissed,
and we need to stay pissed. And we're not talking about a website where we're going to dissect the intellectual weaknesses of the left's argument. I'll delete those posts myself. This is sheer mean-spirited ridicule, but to continue the story. So then I went over to PJ Media to the article and called them a bunch of cucks and said, why the hell do we care what Vichy cons think? You wussy cons have spent all this time. They deleted
Of course they did. They can't take it.
I made more. They're going to boot me off eventually. But the point is, I wasn't alone. Not even close. There were a whole lot of people. Now, to be fair, most of them weren't as good at that as I am. Um, but that's what I've got in mind. I came up with a brilliant idea about 6 hours ago, so I don't have all the answers yet. But I do have GOPcucks.com. And if it works, sure, we'll create a sibling operation to go after the Democrats. But right now, for the next year, I want us to torture. I want us to torture and brutalize psychologically the rhinos, both on the political side and on the bow tie wearing pundit side. And I want to make it so damn unpleasant that they either shut up or just simply openly go to the other side. That'll be our ultimate victory when they go to the other side, because the other side hates them as much as we do. You know, the few of them that pull their head out of their asses, maybe we can forgive them, maybe not. I'm really sort of into revenge right now. So. By the way, Nick, no, I don't think I am going to offer a blanket amnesty on the first day that the site goes live.
Okay.
I've contemplated saying, okay, the slate is now clear. All your cuckery up to this point is no, I don't think so. I think what I'm willing to do is put them all on a deferred adjudication.
There you go.
Process, right? If they stop being cucks, then all will ultimately eventually be forgiven. But when they backslide, then their previous cuckery becomes, fair game. But that's what we got to do. The good news is the tactics are not very complicated. It's going to be a hard sell to a lot of our people. We actually are the party of grown-ups, and we've been told our whole lives that adults don't act this way. But here's the problem.
Adults have been routinely acting this way on the other side for generations and doing it effectively.
That's the problem. Look at the absolute train wreck, legally incompetent buffoons on the other side. And say to yourself, how is it possible that we've lost to those people? Bill Maher is a fucking idiot. Okay? He is an idiot. He's not funny. He's not bright. He's just a smarmy moron. And yet he's a leader on the other side. And he's a leader on the other side because nobody on our side said, let's get somebody let's get somebody to counter him. No. We gave a bunch of bow tie wearing pointy heads like Shapiro and the rest of them money and attention and said, oh, Ben, tell us again how brilliant you are at exposing the intellectual weaknesses in the other side's argument. Guess what, dumbass? The other side knows that they can't win. That's why they want to shut us down. If the Democrats thought that their ideas could win, they wouldn't be shutting us down. They'd be wanting us to be, they'd be wanting to give us as big a platform as possible so that they could publicly humiliate us. So all of that sniffing and all that, oh yes, Ben Shapiro really excoriated these people. Guess what, Ben? You didn't do shit except waste time and resources. Because that's the other thing, guys. We don't have a limitless amount of energy, time, money, No army in history has ever had unlimited ammunition and weaponry.
Except mine. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, yeah. Well, yours not an army so much as it is just an essential force of nature. But every minute you spend reading some stupid, pointless bullshit article by Ben Shapiro is a minute that you're not posting over on PJ Media that they're a bunch of cucks. It's a minute that you're not spending ultimately making fun of Kamala Harris as a used blow-up doll. You're not calling them fat on Twitter. By the way, I did call a liberal fat on Facebook a few days. Woman, I said, fat, stupid, and hysterical is no way to go through life, hon. I actually said no. Yeah.
I called.
But you know what? She shut the fuck up and she stopped hassling my less vicious friends that she was harassing.
Of course.
And so that is the brilliant game plan. I don't know what the site is going to look like exactly. I have ideas. I've got to talk to some political experts that I know. I'm going to have to maybe not be completely forthcoming about what I'm going to do with the information they're going to give me. Uh,
I hope they don't watch the show.
well, I have one state political figure that I'm good friends with who is not going to be able to. He is not able to do this. You know,
Sure.
but he's got a lot of information I got to get. So I don't think I'll be telling him that I want to, emotionally abuse rhinos. But that's the game plan. Now, let's talk for a minute about the people in our midst who have been demoralized and have been black pilled. Is that the word you crazy kids are using these days, Nick?
Well, I mean, not really. Black pills, doom pills, those are the pills that get
Okay.
eaten. I think demoralized is just the all around, that's the feeling that a lot of people have
Yeah.
right now.
Let me lead with the observation that, of course, everyone gets demoralized at some point. I mean, except Nick. Um, um,
Yes, I'm
of
immune to morale,
course,
just like the
we're
undead.
morality anyway. Um, so I'm not suggesting that just because you got bummed out with what happened that you're some kind of a wuss and that you're not, that's not it at all. Um, but I'm going to make the observation that never in the history of warfare have I ever seen an army win by insisting that they can't win. Not one time ever. Napoleon, one of the great captains in world history, said that morale is 3 times more important than firepower. If anything, I think Napoleon probably understated it. And it doesn't really matter. I mean, I tend to use military analogies, but whatever contest analogy you want to use, the same is true. We're not going to win if we sit around and tell ourselves we can't win. Um, Now, the natural counter to that is, oh, yeah, but of course, we're not going to win by just simply believing that we can when we can't. Fair enough. Fair enough. But I demand, in fact, I insist that you give me a little bit of credit and assume that I'm not saying we're going to win just because, I want it to be so. Uh, some of my Facebook friends are about to get a good solid dose of the not so nice tie because instead of knocking that shit off, they've sneered and said, "Well, I don't share your optimism." This is not optimism. This is as clinical an assessment of the tactical situation as I can make. Um, if you can't join the fight because you've been demoralized and because you're bummed out, I understand and it's okay. But shut the fuck up because what you're doing is you're demoralizing other people that actually could fight and could defeat the enemy. So if you want to say, Ty, I'm sorry, I just don't think we can win. Okay. I think you're wrong, and I think you're going to come around. And when you do, I'll welcome you. But when you then go around telling 10 other people that we can't win and they bail on us, now you're fucking on the other side. And I'm going to start treating you like I'm going to treat Ben Shapiro because you deserve it. You know, so you folks in the stream that have been doom and glooming for the last month, shut the fuck up. You're wrong, by the way. But I'm confident that if you're sensible, you'll come to that conclusion on your own. So I'm not worried about
Well,
it.
on that
You
note,
know,
like I've seen a bunch of people suggest that, well, they'll just cheat more or whatever, and it's like, okay, I'll get that premise and I'll accept it. However, that hasn't ever that hasn't always proven true in the past. And to think
no,
and to think that cheating is isolated to 2020, going back through history is very naive. And I know all of the unique circumstances, and maybe they're there, maybe not, but the reality is that that is part of the system to some degree, and you just have to snuff it out as best you can. But the way you
In the
can't do
history
it, you
in the
can't do it
history
by not participating.
exactly. In the history of war and competition, there has never been a perfect weapon, ever. Not one time. There have been weapons that, for a limited period of time, proved to be indefeatable. A classic analogy would be the German Blitzkrieg of 1939 and 1940. The, the idea that a superpower, and France was a superpower by the world's definitions in 1940, that a superpower could be defeated in 6 weeks was inconceivable until it happened. Well, guess what? That same blitzkrieg, the same tactics, the same troops, the same weaponry, got its ass kicked on the Eastern Front, got its ass kicked basically everywhere else. Once the Allies went, oh, that's how you do that. They beat us because of a number of once in a lifetime things that came together that almost certainly won't replicate. But they also beat us because we got it wrong. Okay. We assumed, and this criticism is pure hindsight. Okay. I'm not going to suggest for a minute that it should have been obvious to us. But with what we know now, we should have been fighting on every front, legal, political, public, you name it. The
Yep.
minute they started they started modifying the rules.
Yeah.
But you
And
see,
oh, go ahead.
the pussies in the Republican Party have had an obsession with not appearing to want to be appearing to suppress the vote.
Yep.
And unfortunately, the president listened to him because it's in his nature to fight. Look, we got it wrong. The courts turned out to be moral cowards. Well, we really shouldn't have been shocked by that. I don't think Nick was.
Not shocked, annoyed.
Annoyed. Yeah. I think I might have been more surprised, but certainly not shocked. Okay. But you're asking a lot of the Supreme Court to, on the basis of evidence that it's not set up or designed to evaluate, to overturn an election. They should have overturned it. Don't get me wrong. But they're cowards. Now, that doesn't mean that they're totally useless. It doesn't mean that at all. They're still going to do a very good job of protecting gun rights, free speech, all the things that they have always protected when they could. So all this bullshit about, well, the Supreme Court's totally useless. Okay, stop with the 5-year-old interpretation of things, would you please? Because that's what an infant would say. What we learned is there are limits on the Supreme Court's willingness to stick their neck out. And we now know kind of where those limits fall.
Yep.
So we won't make the same mistake that Trump did, which was to say, you know what? If they try that, the Supreme Court will backstop us, and they'll do their job. Okay. Well, now we know. Kind of like the Americans found out that the Brewster Buffalo really wasn't a very good airplane to run up against the Zero. So what we have to do is we've got to learn from our mistakes, and we've got to own the mistakes. They happened.
Yeah,
But
well, one of those mistakes was you mentioned they should have gone on the legal front, and I've spent some time talking about that there were some initial efforts to go after the rule changes and stuff like that, but not enough. I mean, there frankly
no,
were not, and they weren't organized. They were
Or-
not organized. They weren't publicized. People didn't find out about them until after the election had
no, and there was a
happened.
tremendous amount of resistance within the Republican Party against doing that.
Yep.
Because again, the rhinos have had an obsession about not appearing to suppress the vote. Look, that fuckwit Al Franken. We actually let Al fucking Franken be a senator. Okay.
Well, now,
From your
Ty,
useless,
I'm
from your useless
probably
state, Nick. I blame you.
a
Um,
good senator, Ty, Mr.
yeah,
Beard, Mr. Beard.
but Nick, you know this. How did Al Franken win?
Oh, it was crazy. He was there was a big election controversy. I don't remember the exact specifics
Let
of
me tell
it.
you how he won.
Yeah.
Norm Coleman won that election by 1,000 votes or whatever it was. It was enough. I mean, he won, but it was a
Yeah.
small number. So they challenged it. Franken sent his team in with the explicit objective of having every Republican vote thrown out that they could get thrown out.
Yeah.
Coleman ordered his people to not throw the other side's ballots out.
Yep. That's right.
There you go. Now, let's be realistic here. The wussy cons are not going to go quietly into the night. There's a lot of them, and they got a lot of money, and they control a good chunk of the party. So it's going to be a fight. But it's a fight we can win because here's their problem. They're brittle as hell. They can't take it. I've known too many pussies in my life. They can't take it. They just can't take it. You subject them to a sustained barrage of outrage and insulting and all that kind of stuff. Because here's what I want. Here's what in my perfect world happens to Ben Sass the next time he acts like he acts. He pops off about, he does something, blames Trump, whatever. His staff spends the next week having to deal with infuriated, pissed off, enraged voters in his area. And they go to him and say, Senator, we're getting our asses handed to us by these folks. They're killing us. Now, that won't undo what he just did. But the next time he says, I think I'm going to come out and criticize the Republicans. They're going to, Senator, don't you remember what happened the last time you did that? And make no mistake, folks. They do absolutely care what we think.
And I do want to say, it's if anyone, and I'm seeing a lot of positivity about this in the chat in general, but for anybody out there who may be concerned about whether or not this can work or what the effective rate is, look at how effective the Tea Party actually was. And they were a barely organized group of people who were bad at demonstrating. And all they did was show up. And they showed up, and then they showed up at the polls because there was something motivating people together. That's what it was. And they blew the doors off the midterms. As much as Obama ended up getting done, like they closed down tons of his agenda because by creating a hostile House and eventually a hostile Senate.
The GOP was so devastated by the defeat. Now, how exactly could anybody be shocked that a piece of shit like John McCain would be pummeled by Barack Obama is beyond me. But
come on, friends, stick with me, friends. Stick with me, friends. Yeah. Fight with me. Fight. Stand. Yeah. Fight. Raise your arms, because I can't.
Here's my thing about John McCain.
Yeah.
In my life, I don't find that people typically are able to be a complete piece of absolute dog shit in one part of their life, but somehow be this honorable, nice, decent person in every other aspect of their life. That simply doesn't happen, in my opinion. If you're a piece of shit in your personal life, you're probably a piece of shit in your professional life, and vice versa. So, being the backstabbing, disingenuous, dishonest, unreliable, cowardly, traitorous weasel piece of shit that he was as a politician, I can only imagine what he was in the POW camps.
Oof.
This is how tough we've got to get, guys. You see, we got to get to a point where when I say something like that, you don't go, that's kind of...
Oh, no, I wasn't saying it like...
No, but...
I wasn't wincing.
But even you kind of went...
Oh, no, I was mostly talking about like, ooh, McCain, what a piece of shit.
Yeah, but I mean, but see, that's the thing, and we got to understand that look, like everything else in the world, the talent doesn't fall equally. Some of us are going to be really good at this. Some of us are going to be awful at it. My good friend, the state senator, he's got no role in that battle.
No.
No,
He's,
he can't do it.
Nope.
But the great
Not
news
in his
is we don't
nature.
need him.
Not in his nature at all.
No, Jordan Peterson can't do it.
Wouldn't it be funny if he did though? He's like,
oh God.
Well, I mean, the problem there that you have is that you're a fatso.
You're just a fucking idiot.
Maybe you should go on a diet.
Yeah. Certainly someone ought to be doing a parody Jordan Peterson. But you see, the thing is, we actually do have a place for Jordan Peterson, and we need Jordan Peterson. We even need piece of shit dipshit Ben Shapiro at some level. We don't need him right now. And we need to clip his wings because he is the walking presentation for why we got our butts kicked. Because we keep thinking that if we just argue more cleverly, we're going to defeat the other side.
Well, Ben Shapiro's role should be just recruiting college Republicans or whatever. Yeah. The people who really appreciate, like, oh, he made a logical point. That was good. And okay, good. Yeah. And he can arm me for my classroom. Great. That's a great role for Ben Shapiro. Useless on the vote.
Well, and here's the other thing too. I don't care how useful you are. When you start backstabbing your own side, you're dead to me. We have to punish. We have to punish. I haven't decided what the slogan is, but honestly, what I'm talking about is dedicating ourselves to providing extreme negative reinforcement to the cowardly, traitorous scum that are the reason that the fucking stupidest bartender in America is leading the people that kicked our ass.
The operant conservatives. Okay.
But that's my brilliant idea.
I like it. I can't wait to see what you put together on that website and how fast your web hosting gets dropped. That'll be interesting also.
Well, something maybe the chat can help. I mean, help us figure out where do you host something like this? How do you, what kinds of things do you, I mean, we got some experts out there, surely. How do you, how do we build something that we know that the platforming is going to be a thing? But you know what, Nick? We have to be prepared for that. But I'll be honest, I don't think it's going to happen because the rhinos aren't going to get any great big support from the left. Amazon's not going to deplatform me because I was mean to Mitt Romney.
That's true.
I don't give a shit about Mitt Romney.
No one does.
No one does. Well, Mitt Romney does. Although I got to tell you, I actually made a post on Facebook where I reached out to, as the kids say, to Mitt Romney, because someone's just going to have to lay the hard truth down, and I did. That Barack is not going to leave Michelle and marry you. It's just not going to happen. You were a piece on the side. He knocked you around, had fun, and moved on. It's time for you to move on. You don't want to be Glenn Close in Fatal Attraction. So you need to put the torch down and find yourself a man who will appreciate you for you. But that's my idea. By the way, had a great insult that I'll offer up to help to use against lefties or rhinos or whatever. It'll be equally effective.
Okay.
Yeah, some shithead leaked through on Facebook and attacked one of my very nice friends and said something about how they looked like they were a pedophile or something. I don't remember what the right word was. And so I chimed in and said, "Well, it sounds like you're very experienced fondling boys." Isn't it fascinating how that vibe comes off almost all of you liberal males? Sponge bath by mommy? Pretty effective. So the guy comes back, and I said something else about him being basically a sissy, and did the so you're going to call me a tranny next? I said, no, I mean, your choices are your own. I'm not interested in that. I said, besides, from your picture, it's obvious that you're only about halfway through gender reassignment surgery. And the thing is, I got to give the guy credit. Most of the time, that pretty much they're gone after you've bounced the rubble on like that. He came back. And he came back with a photograph of him and Obama and some Democrat senator. I can't remember which one it was. It was I think it might have been Durbin. Anyway, of him taking the picture. And I'm sorry, I'm just ridiculously, insanely proud of this comeback.
Okay.
I said, wow, so much estrogen in that room that you're probably still lactating. Yeah. Oh, come on, that's good now.
It was.
My daughters, hand on hips. What do you mean? I don't understand. You're saying that, being a woman is bad? I said, no, honey. Being a man acting like a woman is bad. And they go, oh, well, yeah. That's
yeah. That's the trick.
But guys, I'm talking literally about, calling them pussies, insulting their manhood, calling them. We're going to have to figure out what words we can use and which ones we can't. This is all tactics have to constantly modify.
I'll just send you a transcript of this stream, and I'll highlight the ones that you can't say again.
Say, Nick, which ones are bad? Well, the words.
See, from the second hour on. Just go there.
You're worried about monetization, so. But that's the game plan. That's the game plan. And the great news is too. Not only do I think that I think we're ready for it. I think we've got that critical mass already there. Don't you, Nick? I mean.
No, I think people are pissed. I think they want something to do, and I think they are mad.
Yeah.
I think they're mad at they're mad at Mitch McConnell. They're mad at these Republicans who are turning on Ted Cruz and Josh Hawley. They maybe should be mad even at Kevin McCarthy. They're these people who are laying all of this blame on Trump for the Capitol Hill protest is like, oh, okay. Trump said go over to the Capitol. He didn't say anything about going in. He didn't say anything about violence. They're like, well, he should have done it. It's like, if he had said nothing, I still think people would have gone into that building. I don't think there was anything stopping them at that point.
Well, here's the thing. Whose side are you on?
Me?
No, I mean to
that. Yeah.
Whose side are you on? And the minute you say you're not on a side, that means you're on the other side. Okay, so you're on the Republican side. So your best move, your best expenditure of energy is to attack your side.
Yeah.
I think we're going to be astonished at how quickly they fold. Look, the cull, what I call the culling of the rhinos, the cleaning out of some 30 plus rhinos in the House and Senate in 2018, that was mostly the result of a bunch of pussy rhinos being angry that Trump was being mean to them.
Yeah.
These people quit their political careers because they were pissed off that Trump was being mean. I think we can beat them. I don't think there's any reason on earth to assume that we can't. And the great news is the very same exact tactics will then be devastatingly effective against the Democrats. We're not even going to have to alter hardly anything. But we're not going to win this war without taking care of the rhinos first. And our mistake, again, we didn't have much of a choice. Okay, a lot of my criticisms of our past conduct are very much 2020 hindsight. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't for a moment say that we should have known better. I don't know that we had the information to make that decision, but it's clear to me that we attempted to win a war while letting a bunch of traitors knife us constantly, and that will not work. You know, and again, I want to say this again, and I'm saying this with all the love and friendship that I can muster to you guys that just think it's done with. I'm okay with you thinking that. I'm okay with you curling up into a ball and saying, I'm done with this shit for a while. Lord knows, I mean, where you're going to piss me off and make me your enemy, though, is when you start demoralizing the people that I could be using to win this fucking war. Because at the point you start demoralizing our side, you're now on the other side. So enough is enough. If you can't join the fight, fine, shut the fuck up. And that's part of the messaging we need to deliver to our side across the board. You know, there's a reason why they put defeatists in prison during wartime. It's not because they don't want to hear what the defeatists have to say. It's because demoralization is highly contagious. And it's okay. It's okay to say, I can't do this. Fine. Let those of us who can take that burden up. And you'll be there for us when we need you. You know, that's okay. But the minute you start poisoning the well, you're now the fucking enemy. You're now Mitt Romney. So don't, understand. And part of this whole process of culling the rhinos also means culling the defeatists. So that's my call to arms, if you will.
Well, there you go. I took off asset protection from the title because I don't think we're going to get there.
Right. This is a little more kind of on my heart right now.
Let's do the chats and then wrap up the show. Morbid Rain says, speaking of help from pussies, what does Ty think of the 40K trailer short film Astartes if he's seen it?
Hadn't seen it. By the way, got to do this, Nick.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yes.
That is the the larval stage of Warhammer 40K.
Where did you get that?
Huh?
Where did you get this?
Oh, I've had this since about 1980.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. This is Laser Burn. It's a series of science fiction miniature rules written by Brian Ansel. You'll find his name on the early 40K stuff. The supplement, Forces of the Imperium.
Nice.
Look vaguely familiar?
Yeah, they're getting there.
So this was a fairly well regarded little set. I mean, it's a little set of war game rules in the early 1980s. And when Games Workshop, when they decided to launch 40K, this has got bolters, it's got Imperial Guard, it's got Space Marines. It's the primordial ooze from which 40K grew. I've been reorganizing my game library. I've time to go. I've been on this insane nostalgia trip. A lot of it is just sort of the delirium from the COVID. But I've been trying to get my crap organized, know what I've got, because I'm now in that stage of senility where I'm buying stuff that I already own.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
and
yeah.
If you think your wife has no tolerance of your hobbies, she really doesn't like the fact that you've already got 3 copies of that. So I've been trying to might do a show at some point where I show you my store. I've actually, I think, cracked the how do you store all this crap and in a way that you can find it and all that, but that's a different thing. But I wanted to show that to you, Nick, because there it is. That's where it all started. I think Laser Burn was 1980. It was. Advanced Laser Burn was 80. I can't see. It's like 81. And Forces of the Imperium 82, I think. And the rules actually, so the rules are similar to 40K. They use a D10 instead of a D6. But anyway, there you go. I wanted to show that off.
Nice. I love it. Next time I'm down, I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna look at it. I'm
Yeah,
gonna take it. That would be ridiculous to steal it
taking
from
it would be taking it would be dishonest.
Phoenix Oram says from Turd Ferguson on the Discord, Ty, how come you're not on Nick's Discord? We need another law in our rank. Always brings a smile to my face when you laugh at me making Nick sing silly things. Godspeed, good sir. Yeah, why aren't you in the
Part of the reason
Discord?
is I don't actually know what Discord is.
Yeah,
We
that's
could
a
start with
good
that.
reason.
Yeah.
By the
is
way,
that one that Brianna, she does Twitch or Discord?
she does Twitch.
Twitch, okay. Yeah. By the way, go to her channel. She's really, trying really hard for that thing to go, and she's doing a good job. She's got a little audience and everything. But
Well, if she was still streaming at 5:30 in the morning, I would rate her channel. But
Okay.
she's not, because no commitment.
well, sadly, she works for this asshole that does require her to come into the office at some point.
By the way, guys, we hit 1,000 likes, so I do have this nice glass of 1792 foolproof.
Hoo-ah, I think. Hey, Nick, if I actually launch this thing, you think it's more a question of the stream. Some kind of critical mass out of the chute would be really helpful. If we had several thousand people that were immediately, engaged in this would be a pretty helpful thing. You think we could pull that off?
I don't know. We can.
Let's try it.
You make it, and then we talk about it, and that's how it starts.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Cool.
Okay. Now that I completely botched that shot, and it's burning the insides of my throat, we're gonna read the rest of the chats. We've got Mario Carter.
Yeah, it melts your esophagus.
That's fine. Who even needs it? Mario Carter 13 says Trump.exe has stopped working. Your system may be corrupted. Please reinstall America OS. Awig, what? I feel like I have. What's her name? I don't remember. Unless it's Cynthia Brimhall. If that's who you're talking about, it might be her.
I mean, if you like that sort of thing.
Anthony James says, I want to congratulate President Kamala Harris on a wonderful inauguration. I look forward to my freedoms being crushed in an iron boot with grace and dignity. So that was fantastic.
Hey, by the way, I have a reference for you to look up. I don't think Sedaris did movies with this actress, but if you're really going to want to immerse yourself in the glory that was the late 80s, early 90s Cinemax era, look up an actress named Shannon Weary, Whirry.
What movies?
I refuse to answer because it would compromise.
She was in Me, Myself, and Irene.
No, that's not one of them.
I'm just saying she was.
Mirror Images, I think Animal Instincts would be another name, but you're going to want to visually inspect this one.
Wait, she's in Out for Justice. Oh!
Yeah, but so far you haven't really named the movies where she shines through.
Hold on, I gotta see the names of the people in Out for Justice because I'm pretty sure I remember how he describes her in Out for Justice, and I'll say it in just a second. Once I just make sure she's not someone else.
Whirry.
Yeah, no, I've got it. Let's see.
Yes, if you will Google her name and the word Mirror Images and then click on images, I think you'll get all of the data that you'll need.
I'm trying. Yeah, I'm pretty sure in Out for Justice, he described her as the woman whose nipples could dial the phone. A telephone.
You would be surprised.
It was terrible.
It's all real.
Oh my goodness.
I hope my wife isn't watching this show.
This is degenerate time. What are you doing? Night of Hope says, to be fair,
I got caught up.
to be fair,
if my wife is watching this show, I'm dead.
Yep, you are. I'm going to send it to her. I'll send it to her. I'll clip out the relevant parts.
Oh, now mutual assured destruction will, of course.
Night of Hope says, to be fair, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. wasn't senile when he was being a pedophile in public.
Angry Bangling. I agree. The movie poster of The Girl Next Door made me actually just simply stop for 5 minutes in the video store and just go, huh.
That's a great movie. Like, Elisha Cuthbert aside, that's a great movie in general.
Yeah,
it's fantastic.
But I mean, yeah.
But yes, you're also
Our local
correct.
video store put that poster up. And
that's cruel.
I think I was in law school when that movie came out, or maybe it was right after law school. And I remember just walking in going, huh. So, totally agree.
Adrian Valladares says, first chat on Streamlabs. Hey, thank you. Thank you for answering my question about Brave yesterday. I'm now enjoying the new browser, and I'm liking it so far. Also, in Lemon Voice, Ty, what sorcery is this? You got the coof and didn't end up like me.
I got a lot of things that didn't end up like you, Lemoyne.
Corin42 says, during Biden's speech about unity, the only thing I could think of is the V for Vendetta unity through faith, strength through unity speech. Yeah. The unity,
I'm not much into reconciliation right now.
Well, the unity mantra, it's a lie. It's a lie.
It's the unity of giving the other side everything they want.
Yeah, they're talking about unity through submission. That's not unity.
It's like when the Three Stooges did their spoof of Adolf Hitler. I want peace. All I want is peace. I want a piece of this. I want a piece of that.
Yeah.
I'm not much interested in even pretending like we should come together. This is a fucking war, and it needs to be treated as such.
Bad Dragonite says,
surrender.
Right.
I'm not a barbarian, but
for Mr. Ty, do you have any experience with the tabletop series Cyberpunk 2013 or Cyberpunk 2020? Originally written in 88 and 1990. It seems pretty prescient today. My favorite bit of lore is that the Republic of Texas exists in its world.
Yes. So Cyberpunk, or actually I have experience with Cyberpunk, just Cyberpunk. Mid 80s role-playing game. Very good system, actually. Artelasaurian, I think, was the company that made it. Played a fair amount of it. It was a cool role-playing game because you could chop your limbs off and replace them with robotic or cybernetic enhancements. And so it was from kind of a metagame perspective, it was a great way. You could reward players by giving them money, which they could then spend to make themselves more bionic and all that. But the more machinery, the more stuff you lopped off and replaced with machinery, you lost. I can't remember if the point, humanity points, I think what it was.
Sure.
You started getting more and more machine-like, and the more of that you did, you ran the risk of basically going batshit crazy and freaking out. I had a character in one game I remember where, we decided just to load me up with all the cyber shit in the world, and Greg was one of the other guys. He said, "Okay, fine, we'll turn you into RoboCop basically," but he went ahead and had him go ahead and put a bomb in me that he could detonate.
Nice.
Just
in case.
I was kind of irate. I said, what you did? He said, "If you look how many humanity points you got left," and I went, "Well, 2." He said, "Right." He said, "You go berserk, you could kill all of us." I said, well, that's fair.
Classical.
So, yeah, I had the old game I played. It was a very interesting game, very prescient in a lot of ways.
Classical positioning says, people are feeling down about all this. They decentralized our movement and just imposed government standards to abide by them on themselves. We might have lost Trump, but they gave us a whole movement. Only if we take it. Bad Vibe says, law twits are only halfway there. They just need more soy milk and time.
That's the spirit.
Mario Carter 13 says, Vix, hundreds of accusers finally came forward at the inauguration. Dozens of them let their voices be heard. There was a solid handful in the crowd. Okay, maybe they were just there in spirit. Night of Hope says, you can win fake elections, eh? Night of Hope also says, hey, I'm personally for secession and civil war. Elite politics is their battlefield. Putting boot in the ass is ours. I'm not sure why we're so pussified about all this. This union has been defunct for a while now. Vote GOP one more time isn't going to work. I don't.
We need to go talk to some people who have served in the Balkans. We ought to do damn near anything we can do to actually avoid a real shooting civil war.
Yep,
Okay,
I agree.
All kidding aside, there's just nothing more barbaric than a civil war. If it comes to it, it comes to it. I certainly don't say that we let the other side win, but that shouldn't be what we jump to. We've got other options in between here and there, and I think it would be prudent for us to, use those options and see if we can make them, if we can win that war.
I am
Because nobody's going to win a civil war.
I am so far opposed to a civil war that it's
Well,
it's the worst thing that can happen. The fact that we recovered in the way that we did from the last civil war is actually a miracle.
it's a miracle. No other country's going to be able to do that. I mean, here's the thing: if you want to fight a civil war, then you also have to be willing to murder the children of the people that oppose you, because they're going to be murdering your children.
Yeah, it's just
And
yeah.
we're talking about a level of barbarism that Americans have never faced. No, Nick, the observation you make is absolutely right. I'm not aware of any civil war where the nation put themselves back together like we did.
Yeah.
The people in the Balkans are going to be exterminating one another 500 years from now over the last 30 years, of the events of the last 30 years. So no, we don't let them win because we're unwilling to fight a civil war. I want to make that crystal clear. But we don't have, much like in war, in a conventional war, you don't actually have to start out using your entire nuclear arsenal. And honestly, guys, we got to stop with that talk. It doesn't help us. It doesn't do anything to really help get our side fired up. It scares some of the people on our side, and we need those people. So, we don't need it.
Night of Hope says, if you don't think a non-functioning political process that has been hijacked by Bolsheviks changes anything, however, you're going about thinking about this wrong. George Washington, Ronald Reagan, and John Wayne would all agree that's magical thinking. Mercenary X says, sorry, Nick, but you need to watch out for any BLM and Antifa right now. I'm hearing some I don't need to watch out for them around my area.
No,
I'm hearing some really scary stuff about rioters coming. Stay safe out there, man. Apparently OAN reported something that they shouldn't have, and now they're talking about rioting. They're not in my area. I'm 100 miles away from where they'll be rioting. Malik Fox and
Nick, I want to go back to your last super chat for just a second.
Okay.
Hey, dumbass, we didn't say that. I'd appreciate it if you would stop misrepresenting what we're saying, because you're acting like an idiot. And what's worse is, again, you're attacking your side. Just saying.
There you go. Malik Foxon says, I play Azure Lane pretty religiously, and yeah, Ty, your assessment is right. Basically, anime girls that have this riggings on their waist, back, are semi-sentient mecha sharks. Iron Blood,
and
World War II.
Doesn't like that.
The riggings are designed like the ships, yes. Mercenary X says, I'm no blind follower. I just get a lot of gut feelings. You know the old saying of going with your gut, right? What kept me alive this long? Why should I ignore it now? Malik Foxon says, also, Ty, the bigger the tits, the more armor the ship has. So your battleships and aircraft carriers have huge gazongas. Only exceptions are really the HMS Elizabeth, weak lolly flagship with strong buffs for HMS ships, and the IJN Nagato, also lolly but OP. What do you people do? Oh my gosh.
So I assume Yamato has some avatar. For those that don't know, the Yamato was the largest battleship ever created. It was beyond gigantic. It took something like 20 torpedoes and a dozen bombs to sink. It was, you know, for perspective, the typical battleship at Pearl Harbor went down with 2 or 3 torpedo hits or bomb hits.
Right.
So to put that, and so give you a frame of reference. So I'm assuming that Avatar has some really big gazongas.
The Pine Baker says, Nick, Hasbro has a Back to the Future DeLorean, Ghostbusters Echo 1, and Top Gun F-16 Transformer figures. Top Gun comes with a beach ball. Okay. Bad Dragonite says, watching Heel versus...
Is it just me, or is that whole volleyball scene homoerotic?
It's the greatest scene in movie history, and I'll not have you besmirch it. Bad Dragon...
You don't get a gay vibe off that thing? I mean,
yeah.
Okay, good. No. Well, Amazon Prime was arguing with me about it. She really likes that scene.
Oh, I do too. I think it's hilarious. It's super gay, but it's hilarious.
Okay, good. Fine.
Yeah.
That's really all I needed was some, confirmation that my whole is not,
Yeah. Bad Dragonite says, watching Heel versus Babyface make Angry Joe look like an idiot on Twitter has been fun though. I need to look into that. Ed Geens Efsler says, well, Nick, you have to give Ty a Young Bluth rant now. Where's your fireball? Nope. Young Bluth had 3 of them. Edris Rex says, what?
That guy, Babyface, he, whatever.
Heel versus Babyface. As is his name, but.
Okay. Anyway, he's funny.
I like that guy. Edris Rex says, so Ty, how can those of us who lack the stomp his groin into jelly genes support people who are willing to verbally demolish our representatives? You just get out of the way.
Well, I think, honestly, all kidding aside, you can just simply join you can join the pitchfork and torch wielding mob. Because when Ben Sass does something, what we need to do is mobilize people immediately en masse. Okay, maybe you're not the best at insulting, but at some point, numbers matter. What I'm saying is a multifaceted attack. Okay, think of it this way: the shock troops are the people like Nick and me, for that matter, right? We're the razor's edge, the ones that can go in and slash. But the thing is, if it's just me and Nick, they don't care. I mean, me and Nick can tear up a staffer for 5 minutes, but that's the end of it. But me and Nick backed up with 200 or 300 or 1,000 other people. Now we got a force to be reckoned with, and so I would say that would be an example of how you could help.
Random Blaze says you might like the anime arpeggio of Blue Steel, Ty. Lots of ship-on-ship fighting with an anime sci-fi flair.
Cool.
Let's see.
I like hot ship-on-ship action.
Never
No.
again. Mario Carter says, Ben, welcome to
Dad shouldn't be talking like that, should he?
Bad Vibe says, Ty, it isn't dishonest if you give him your blessings to take it. Just kidding. Punch him in the nose if he tries. You can miss. You can't miss. Oh.
Oh, that's not nice.
It's okay. I actually can deal with it. Mario Carter 13 says, Ben, welcome to the March for Life, but first a word from our friends over at Indochino. Being the size of a fetus, I know the need for a well-fitted suit, and Indochino's got you covered. Use your promo code to end abortion, Shapiro. Damn. Rotten B says, next election, I'm voting for the leader.
My God, Nick, I think they're getting it.
Rotten B says, next election, I'm voting for the leader of the 3rd Street Saints for president. He did an amazing job. At least I know that if aliens blow the planet up, I and humanity will be avenged. Night of Hope says, part of the reason why our elites sell us out is because they don't have the media or tech companies to tell people the truth about why they're fighting stolen elections. Our side has no plan for flipping these institutions back conservative this century. Roboot Gilliman.
Back to shut the fuck up.
Roboot Gilliman says, Ty and Nick, as much as I desire things to be burnt down, let's burn down the rotting carcasses of big tech and deplatforming by using open sources such as Graphene OS and NewPipe, then use Monero to fund GOP cuck. Regards, Robute.
Look, there's all kinds of nuances and all kinds of things we need to do. Okay. But what we can't do is get distracted. We've got to focus. So, we got to take something down first. And I submit, all in good time. All in good time. But let's start out by taking down the bastards that we can take down.
Digital Zero says, how could a movie where the male protagonists call each other cute nicknames, play half-naked volleyball, and ride their phallic vehicles at extremely high speeds be anything but straight?
Well, that's true.
Okay, Rotten Beast says, look at Ty Beard there wanting to punish speech just like the left because he doesn't like what's being said. Goes to show it doesn't matter what side you're on. Stupidity is contagious.
Well, you are definitely demonstrating that stupidity is contagious. You apparently don't understand the distinction between fighting to win and worrying about my principles. So again, we're back to shut the fuck up.
LaPierre Hammer for Prison says, who liberated the New Haven Powder magazine, acquired the original USS Enterprise, and beat Burgoyne at Saratoga? Heroism is never time served for treason. 30 days till the 79th anniversary of Democrat camps. They want to bring back Jerome and Hart Mountain. Hart MT?
It's a lot to unpack there. Guys, real quick, I've got a number of friends who have been actually seriously worried about things like, camps and that kind of thing. I'd like to submit there's approximately 350 million reasons why we won't be having concentration camps in the United States. And they're available in calibers ranging from 22 short all the way to 0.50 BMG. You have to remember that the U.S. military could not pacify Iraq when there were 50,000 insurgents. Now, Iraq is not much bigger than East Texas. I'm kind of thinking that 150 million pissed off Americans spread over an area 20 or 30 times the size of Iraq might be a little bit of a challenge. And by the way, the combat arms in our military are about 90% comprised of boys from our part of the woods. Do you really think they're going to make war against their own people? Ain't going to happen. You're doing them a terrible disservice if you think so.
Night of Hope says, you said that if the election was hypothetically stolen, it doesn't change our ability to win future elections. Check your own statements before you tell me off, counsel. I've told you to go fuck yourself before, but for this one, you can do a lot worse. Here's the thing,
right
though.
I don't know how do we process that. Is he agreeing with me? Is he disagreeing?
I'm not entirely sure, but the issue, though, is that even accepting the premise that this election was taken, okay? If for YouTube, accepting the argument, okay, not advocating that it was
theoretical construct.
But even if it was, to deny that elections have been attempted to be taken in the past by both parties, by the way, and that the other parties haven't prevailed in spite of that taking is to deny history. So to suggest that because it was taken at one point in history, it can never be gotten back is simply not correct. Like it just isn't a correct statement.
Right. So the Japanese, caught our fleet sleeping and sank most of our capital ships. Therefore, we had no chance of winning ever again because the Japanese won. Do you even listen to yourself when you type shit like that? I mean, I understand that you're demoralized. I understand you're upset. And I understand that this sucks. And I'm not criticizing you for feeling that way. It's a perfectly natural feeling. But once again, knock it off, because other people that will fight will be demoralized by this shit. And you're doing what our enemies want you to do. Now, how goddamn stupid do you have to be to not be able to see that? I'm not telling you to not be upset. I'm not even telling you to join the fight. I'm telling you to stop demoralizing our side. What part of that? Is it the don't demoralize our side? What part of that is so goddamn unclear to you people? Don't do it. You're helping the enemy. And at some point, I come to the conclusion that you actually intend the obvious consequences of your conduct, which means you're a fucking Democrat. So knock it off.
The
We're going to win because, frankly, guys, we don't have a choice. We ain't got nowhere else to go.
Knoll Edge says, "Hey Nick and Ty, thanks for having my favorite guest on. I want to start reading Warhammer and wonder which books you guys think I should start with." Well, I don't know that Ty knows. I don't know. Have you read?
I'm completely ignorant of the fiction.
Start with either. You could just go ahead and start with Horus Rising. Great start to the Horus Heresy, written by Dan Abnett. It's fantastic. Or
This stuff is really well written, right? I mean, this is not like just fanfic, right? I mean, it's well written.
Abnett's stuff is all very, very good. Most of the other writers are pretty reliable as well. I mean, there are a couple that are just like, once you get into the universe and you like the lore, they're passable. But if you didn't, you wouldn't want to finish them. But they progress the story and they do their job. But most of them are actually pretty good, especially from the major writers. And Dan Abnett's a great start. So if you don't want to start with Horus Rising, start with Xenos, Xenos, which was fantastic. Okay, hold on. I missed one. Okay, I missed this one from Digital Zero earlier. Thanks for letting me know. He says, "Glad to see you back, Ty. I like to remind the left that they're overeducated in frivolity and extremely uneducated in anything that matters. Trivializing their supposed intellect always sends them into a dumbass frenzy."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, guys, seriously, a lot of our challenge is simply to step back and let them do it. Being the serious people in this war, there's a tendency, and it's a good tendency for us to say that we need to take charge. It's our fault. We got But honestly, all we got to do is sit back.
Yeah.
Because if we don't take their shovels away, I mean, they're going to fall squabbling among themselves within weeks, because they hate each other as much as they hate us. And Skeletor is not going to give up her crown.
No,
she's not going to give up her crown. They're going to have to pull that out of her cold, dead claws. AOC and that bunch. One of the things that's going on behind the scenes that we don't see because we're not crazy Democrats is they have been knocking off old Democrats.
Yep.
AOC won by knocking off the person that think about this for a minute. The person that AOC defeated would have replaced Nancy Pelosi as the House Majority Leader. Was Nancy's hand-chosen successor. And I think they won like 9 out of 10 this time around. So they're exterminating each other. Our job is not to get in the middle of that. And, and it's hard to do because it puts us in a very passive, reactive role. I don't like that. Mm-hmm. Trump doesn't like that, but there's a time right after the Japanese pull off the attack on Pearl Harbor and basically destroyed our fleet. The U.S. Navy had the option of simply holding up and like just digging in and holding up and not doing anything and just waiting until we built enough ships to go at them again. And we didn't do that. We launched the Doolittle raid, an almost irrelevant pinprick raid that ultimately goaded the Japanese into the Battle of Midway. But before even the Doolittle raid, we sent our carriers out and we popped them. We hit them wherever we could hit them. The attacks weren't significant. They didn't do any serious damage. But it kept our guys fired up. It gave our guys critical combat experience. It educated us on their tactics so that when we actually had the really important big fight at Midway, we won that battle based on a lot of what we learned and the experience we accumulated in counterpunching in those early days. I submit that ought to be kind of, part of our thing is just to, we should relentlessly punish any Republican that helps the Democrats in any way. We ought to be fighting for gridlock for that. Oh, and by the way, it's only going to be 2 years. Obama lost 63, I believe, House seats. Clinton lost 54 2 years into each of their presidencies. We have to get 10.
Yeah.
And Biden is promising to do a complete rerun of the Obama presidency. So I'm pretty damn confident that their legislative agenda dies. And by the way, a 50-50 split in the Senate, they're not going to ram anything significant through. Not going to happen. And they have a very real problem that Joe Manchin might very well flip parties, because the Republicans are pissed off enough that even Manchin might lose just because he's a Democrat. So, by the way, have you noticed that Lindsey Graham has not reverted back to form?
Lindsey Graham is sticking by Trump. He's been.
I think Lindsey Graham actually is smart enough to recognize that even he will be beaten.
Yeah, he's been on thin ice for several years, and so I think he started picking up really in popularity during the Kavanaugh hearings. That's when he kind of came into form, and he has tried to hold on to that. And I think it's the only thing that's going to keep him in. Because he was a chump for years.
Oh yeah, he was McCain's mini-me. And he's a really good example of how we can win without completely exterminating. At this point, if Mitt Romney will just shut the fuck up and vote right, that's good enough, And we've talked about this in business negotiation type stuff, is that, there's gradations of victory. And a big part of when you're trying to negotiate a deal is to figure out, what do we have to win, what we would like to have. What we have to have is the neutralization of them. We'd like to have their extermination, but that's not necessary. But the point is, it gives us a lot of flexibility on how we deal with these people. And it also gives them, we're not backing them into a corner. Mitt Romney doesn't have to quit the Senate. He's just got to act right.
William Palmieri says in Lemon's voice, "Hey, Nikki, you're so fine. You're so fine. You blow my mind. Hey, Nikki. Hey, Nikki. Hey, Nikki, can't you understand? You take me by the lungs when you take me by the hand." Okay.
The great Tony Basil.
Vine, the cold one, says, "Power went out. Please say hi to Ty for me."
Hey.
General Isimo says, "Ty, boss boomer beard on the post-inauguration stream. Channel shut down due to inadvertent incitement in 3, 2, 1. Listen, YouTube. We're not advocating for anything of the sort at all. We're talking.
If we are, it's going to happen to Republicans, so you shouldn't care.
We're talking about expressing political speech in acceptable ways that have nothing to do with incitement or physical violence.
And we're only talking about attacking Republicans.
With words and concepts, not attacks.
I'm really not helping, am I?
Nope. Be quiet, Ty. Next, he says, "Ty, good to see you well with that shirt choice."
Stay on the walking day, Ty.
Ty, good to see you well with that shirt choice. You clearly still have the coof.
I don't think so, Tim.
Trainer Red says, "Is the flag supposed to be half-mast today? If not, then it's hilarious that my work had it half-mast. We know who died today." Damn. I have no idea. Monica's personal effing fiance says, "Ty, can you do me a favor? Can you please cough and spit into an envelope, then mail it to Vic? Thanks." Talix001 says 6'2" when looking ahead, 6'9" when looking up. Okay, you son of a bitch, you stop it.
That's just unkind.
Kidda says the reason the left.
I heard that my coof hit Twitter. Somebody told me that. I have no idea. I didn't actually look.
I have no idea.
I assume I was being wished well by the other side.
Probably.
And that they were praying for my, recovery.
They have generally they have me blocked, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Kidda
Yeah.
says the reason the left wins is they organize, they even publish instruction books, they talk the right into not organizing via moles and manipulation.
Yep.
Talix001
gotta
says,
stop caring what they think.
seriously.
I mean, really, I think that almost all of our problems can be distilled down to we care what they think. And by them, I include the media. If I hear one more Republican talk to a journalist like he's a friend, it's like, oh my God,
Yeah.
how stupid do you have to be to do that? But
Talix001 says, stimulus package. No one should get a check except small business owners and only enough to get them by. Those who lost jobs should get normal unemployment income, not more. Extend unemployment until the economy recovers. Common sense. Oh, excuse me.
yeah, but remember, we are in. This is an artificial recession. It's a government mandated recession, and that is different. You know, I tell you what, my biggest fear, Nick, is that this will become the way they're going to try to address recessions by sending out checks. That will not turn out well for us.
No, they're gonna keep. That's what I was saying. Like, I think I think the 2000 was a good concept because they shut down the country. But I don't think this is the last stimulus check coming out.
No.
They're going to be trying to buy people.
I don't think you're going to have a hard time convincing Democrats that we ought to send money out.
Right.
The good news is I really don't think that the blue collar folks are up for sale. Not for $2,000.
I hope not.
I don't think they are. I think the Democrats made a very deep strategic error by alienating them. Look, I mean, you got to understand, blue collar people are not idiots. Okay, they may not be as well educated, but I'm sorry, there's just a lot of stuff that's so stupid that only educated people can believe it. Blue collar people are just normal folks. Yeah. Now, somebody says to you, Nick, you're okay, you're a normal blue collar person. Nick, I hate you because I'm just better than you. You're just not as educated as I am, and you're not as smart as I am, and I hate you, and you're just scum. And then a year later, they go, "Hey, Nick, would you vote for me? Here's $2,000. Would you vote for me now?"
Yeah, I mean, you say that, but unfortunately, in the past, it's actually kind of worked. So I'm just hoping that it doesn't work this time.
But remember, Ronald. Okay, first of all, your point is well taken to some degree, but here, remember this. Reagan was immediately followed by George H.W. Bush, who was basically indistinguishable from Democrats.
Right.
Okay. Trump has not yet been succeeded by, let's say, Jeb.
Right. And that's what I said. I said it happened in the past. I'm hoping it doesn't happen in the future. That's all. I'm not saying it will or won't. I just hope it doesn't. I think that's their plan is the only thing I was.
Sure. Well, yeah, I guess what I'm saying is we do have some pretty significant differences though from that experience. Another thing is Reagan was pretty much done at the end of his time. He was spent. Trump ain't going nowhere. Did you see that Fox News fired like 21 of their staff? First time in like the year 2000, they got beat by MSNBC and CNN. Fox News must be destroyed, by the way.
Yeah, they deserve it at this point.
Fox News, Belinda Est, they must be destroyed.
Rido says, not about owning the libs or arguing on social media. Focus on your own life. Number one, get in shape physically, train your mind and psyche, learn useful life skills, self-sufficiency.
Totally agree. Well said.
Commandant VHS says, cute conspiracy nerds get stuffed in the lockers. Rido also says, marry a good woman if lucky, raise children on the right path, form real communities with trusted friends. That's how you win. I Hate Yankee says, shout out for the Texas nationalist movement and Texas state rep Kyle Biederman. I'm not familiar.
Okay with Texas.
Quick Strike says, so how about that SCOTUS tie? Those conservative judges flipped. They in turn punted and crapped all over the U.S. electorate by not hearing an original argument. So might as well be 7 versus 2 anyway.
So were you just drunk whenever I talked about that about 2 hours ago?
It might have been before you talked about it, frankly.
Okay. See my response to that. totally fair assessment that they pushed out. Totally
Yeah.
fair. But it does not follow that they are totally worthless and will sell us out on every single other issue. That's ridiculous.
Jillian Seed says Ty was was January 6th our Doolittle raid with the Democrats as the Japanese.
Maybe.
Evan Rogers says, well, we are about to have 621 Supreme Court, and they are looking at removing political protections for banks. So get ready to be destitute for being pro-life. How are we not dead? Texas is bluing still.
Okay. Well, number one, we're back to the whole we're going to lose no matter what, so shut the fuck up. Number two, remember, and I don't want to get into the whole corporatism thing because that's, but I had someone seriously suggest, and it was serious, and I treated it as serious, what's going to happen when they pull our health insurance because of our social media posts? And I said, well, first of all, the insurance commissioner in my state won't let them do that. And if there are 27 million Texans available to be insured, I can promise you that an alternative will emerge immediately. Remember, guys, we don't have to solve every single problem because there are hundreds of thousands of entrepreneurs out there doing it right now.
I think it happened to Kurt Schilling, the baseball player.
Yeah.
They canceled his insurance wherever he is because he but because he made some statement about the Capitol building thing.
Well, Kurt needs to move to a better state would be step one. I mean, look, if you're a conservative who lives in New York State, yeah, you're fucked. No question. You're behind enemy lines. But the fact that you're fucked doesn't mean that I'm fucked because I live in Texas. And I'm not trying to be snarky. I'm just making the point that you can't generalize from that situation. And by the way, when we came ashore at Normandy Beach, we killed a couple thousand French people, bombing villages and bombing strategic targets. That happens in wartime. But again, the idea that if they do something, we simply have no response is ridiculous as well as defeatist. Because that's not how human beings work. There are other alternatives to health insurance.
Blaine 20 says stream idea. Florida SB 370 and how California ruled some of their similar requirements unconstitutional. I don't know what that bill is, and it's late. Richard K says, I'm late to the party. I have to be swabbed for COVID twice weekly for work, and I'm still required to do so after a mandatory vaccination. Fun. Pure Eternus says, does Biden actually believe he is the most popular president in history? Does Obama actually believe Biden is the most popular president in history? Biden, I don't think, is conscious.
Biden doesn't know who he is. Biden is senile.
Carissa Fine says, Nick, fold your poster behind itself so we can see the logo on stream. Also put the figurines back on the shelf. Looks like fake books, Legal Eagle. They're all very real. But
that's a thing I heard, that people are running around having decorators put books in the background.
Yeah.
Obviously, I could use some decorating because my books are all sprawled out and out of.
They look terrible.
Yeah, they do.
No,
I bought them to read, not as decor. So.
I'm redoing my background. It's just a long process.
I think it's an impressive background. I think they're being very unkind to you.
I think so too. Blaine 20 says Biden is Jeff Dunham's Walter. You can't unsee it. Velka, that's true. Velka says, so did Biden pardon all the death row inmates yet? Not yet. Pure Eternus says, hey, look, it's Al from Home Improvement. Chief,
I don't think so, Tim.
Chief Beef says, yeah. Death Trout says, how dare you accuse me of being decent or logical? B-Movie Paul.
That's fair.
B-Movie Paul says, hey, Nick, great show. Not sure if you mentioned it, but do you think Trump should have pardoned Assange and Snowden? Yes, I absolutely do.
Yeah, I think that was a tactical error. He should have nuked the bridge as he was leaving.
Yeah, and they apparently Cocaine Mitch threatened him and said, if you pardon Assange, we're gonna vote to impeach you. And if that's true,
I doubt seriously that Donald Trump would have been frightened by that threat. But that brings up a very interesting point. We're going to find out. It's very obvious to me. We're going to find out that a number of our stalwart conservatives are ass deep in the China stuff and in the corruption and all that. That's part of the reason why the establishment GOP has been willing to support the Democrats. Well, you know what? You can't make an omelet, as they say. By the way, look up Julian Beck and just do a Google search for Julian Beck poltergeist, and just look at the picture, and tell me that you didn't know that Biden. Tell me you didn't know that Biden was
in Poltergeist.
in
Yes,
poltergeist too. Yeah,
he was a lot younger then.
Well, yeah, he was younger.
It shows in the picture. That's what I'm saying. He looked a lot younger then.
Yeah, well, but it was pre-hair plugs though. It was before he got the hair plugs. So,
JMH016 says, show Ty the video of that idiot lawyer from yesterday, the one who told the judge she wouldn't be reappearing. I'll send it to him. Like I said, the current setup is...
She abandoned her client in the courtroom?
It's a bad one. It's a bad one. I'll send you the link. It's good.
Yeah, I'll watch it, but I'll be honest, I don't actually enjoy that kind of stuff. I hate to see professionals humiliate themselves.
Yeah.
Because you really do. Getting a law degree is hard. You make a lot of. I don't care who pays for it, even if mommy and daddy pay for it. I hate to see somebody beclown themselves like that.
Bad Vibe says
liberals, at which point I laugh at them.
Bad Vibe says Pendleton, Oregon, Doolittle raid. Okay. IWD says he was telling Biden voters that they should have been careful about what they voted and wished for. Okay, that's in response to an earlier chat. David Blackstone, the one about 1 Samuel. David Blackstone says, has Ty ever read the Destroyer Men series by Taylor Anderson?
Read the first, I think, 2 really, really interesting books, but the guy does a great job of. Destroyers go to some alternate prehistoric Earth. They're survivors actually from the I think that was ACAB fleet. It's the Dutch, British, American surface fleet of destroyers and cruisers right after the war started, and they were trying to defend the Far East. They had no carriers and no chance, basically. And this destroyer winds up going through a warp of some kind and winds up in this alternate prehistoric version of Earth. It's kind of cool, but did kind of drag a little bit later on. But yeah, I've read some of it.
David Black. Oh yeah. Finishing that one up says great fun science fiction parallel worlds mixed with World War I through 2 style action. Pop Tarts says it puts its mother in its home or else it gets testosterone.
Okay.
That's from the new health minister putting the COVID into the home.
By the way, what an absolute clusterfuck in the blue states with the COVID vaccine. I mean,
yeah. Amateur Ant says we have to tell them they're not welcome and to find them on the streets like Maxine Leatherface. C Gordy 564 says here's to make up for the gamer word demonetization. Awesome stuff, Ty. I love it. Angry Baneling says Ty, your vocabulary is most elegant. For your exceptional conduct, you are hereby granted the gamer status. Welcome and enjoy your stay, good sir.
I'm honored.
Bogan Williard says Nick as Lemons. Darn you, Ty, surviving my conversion to the cough side. Also, any advice on starting your own RPG system? I have not.
Yes. Design the game you want to play.
There you go.
Don't worry about whether or not somebody else will want to play it. Design what you want to play, because odds are there are other people out there who want to play the same game you do. That's how I designed Fistful of Toes. It was quite literally the game I wanted to play. So that's my advice.
Amateur Ant says we need a third party with vetted people running for office to take both the Demon Craps and Republicans out, hopefully with Trump's help.
Didn't even get into this, but shut the fuck up about third parties.
You may not like it, but the Democrats and Republicans control who has access to the media. When Ross Perot won enough of the polling to get onto a stage to debate Bill Clinton and H.W. Bush. Ross Perot, made some embarrassments of them in some ways, and then they changed the requirements, and no independent has been on the stage since. And
Oh, and
that
by
is
the
how.
way, we got Bill Clinton because Ross Perot took away enough Republican voters that there was no way that Bush could win. If you're going to support a third party, I would suggest you just go ahead and write a check directly to the Democratic Party and cut the middleman out. We take the GOP. That's the way we win. This third party bullshit needs to stop. Don't even talk about it. Because again, you're demoralizing our side. Not everybody on our side is smart enough to realize what an absolute ridiculous idea that is. So third party, not an option. Just that simple.
The Knoll Edge says Ty's rant about what to do with people like Ben actually gives me hope for the future. This is what the conservative populist people need to do. Peter Pete says the biggest issue is trying to get us black folk on your side. I changed 5 people to vote for Trump. It is an effort that Republicans need to focus on. They do.
Yes, and I think there's good news on that point. Did you notice the pardons that Trump did?
Yep.
Okay, look, you're not going to change black Democrats age 45 and older. First of all, people 45 and older don't change. It just doesn't happen. So that generation of African Americans are going to vote Democrat for the rest of their life. Done. Don't even. It's a waste of effort to even try. I believe strongly that the younger generation of African Americans coming up are much more persuadable. And the same is true of Hispanics. So I agree, but we need to be smart about how we use our resources. The good news is Donald Trump's got a genuine gift in that area. And as I said, he ain't going anywhere.
Robert Levito says, where does one get Fistful of Toes?
Wargamevault.com for the electronic copy, lulu.com for the hard copy.
Angry Baneling says, Ty just verbally abused the doom pill out of me. Disaster says,
listen. With all love, it's tough love. I know.
Disaster
by the
says,
way, guys, I've been just as demoralized in my life. There have been times where I've just laid in bed and said, "Fuck it," we're dead. But it's just not true. We're dead when we decide that we give up. Until then, we've got to fight. And what do you have to lose by fighting?
Disaster says, kind of feel like the state legislatures are more to blame than the courts or SCOTUS. Oh, the state legislatures were embarrassing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It was a classic thing, Nick, of everybody thought somebody else was going to solve the problem. Right?
Yeah.
The Republican Party thought that the state legislatures and or the courts would solve the problem. State legislature thought that the courts would solve the problem. The courts thought the legislature would solve the problem. And while everybody was fucking around passing the buck, the other side won. We can learn from these lessons. And by the way, we don't have to win the entire thing. Victory for us doesn't have to be we win both houses of Congress and we have the presidency. Actually, in the near term, victory for us is we take the House back, because that stops their legislative agenda, whatever it looks like. I personally think the legislative agenda is going to be almost impossible to pass through.
I think we can take the House and the Senate pretty easily.
Absolutely.
Well,
I mean, again, if
a dead
Obama
heat.
lost 63 seats and we only got to get 10.
Yeah.
I mean, surely Biden is at least 20% as incompetent as Obama. I mean,
you'd hope so.
Yeah.
Mike Dixon says, my question is, how shall we approach this fight against a force that has control of public opinion on media, schools, and in the workplace, games, music, art, etc.? Well, we did it before. We did it in 2016.
I don't think they're control. I think you're giving them way too much credit. I mean, don't you? I mean, I'm telling you, go over to PJ Media.
Well, I think they're pushing for control, and I think there's a possibility to get it, but only if we lay down.
Yeah, go to like pjmedia.com and read. David Bernstein is one of them, but read some of the cucks. Read some of their articles. Read the comments on their articles. They're being excoriated and lambasted. Nobody's in a mood to say, well, okay, yeah, good. Let's go beat the Democrats up. I mean, people are pissed. And I don't think that pissedness is going to go away anytime soon. Cocaine Mitch is an interesting thing because everybody said, well, Mitch McConnell sold Trump out. As far as I know, the only source we have for that is the media. And what do we know about the media? They lie through their teeth. I'm trying to figure out why Mitch McConnell would gratuitously trigger a civil war in the Republican Party just because the Democrats want him to do that. I don't like the guy.
I don't think he's done that yet. I think he's waiting to see if that would be politically expedient.
Sure. I think he's going to figure out it's not.
We can hope.
Well, McConnell hasn't. Look, McConnell has been an effective operator. He's a piece of shit. Don't get me wrong. I'm not defending it. But what I'm saying is that McConnell is worried about McConnell, and
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, we're violently agreeing, I suppose, to some degree. But I guess what I'm positing is that McConnell's got to have some reason to risk an open civil war in the Republican Party, because if that happens, McConnell loses his power too.
Right.
McConnell and Schumer, they have power as long as it's close in the Senate.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. I mean, it'd be better to be in the majority than the minority. But basically, as long as we're talking a 52-53 edge, they've got power. They got a lot of power. They lose power if either side, gets anything close to a filibuster-proof majority. So why would McConnell do that? Why would McConnell, who has proven himself to be an effective politician, just go out there and literally destroy the Republican Party for no good reason, just because Democrats want him to do it? I'm not saying he wouldn't. I'm just simply saying that seems unlikely to me. And that's something else that we got to do, guys. By the way, the media lies. They lie completely through their teeth. So just because a Fox News story says McConnell said something, it's a lie, almost certainly.
The problem I have with McConnell was his position on the stimulus checks leading up to the Georgia election. I think that there's very likely that the Republicans lost the Senate in part because of that.
Yes. But we're talking about different things. I think that was a tactical mistake. I mean, he blew it.
Yeah.
That's a different situation than him triggering a civil war in the Republican Party just because he didn't like Trump.
Right.
I just don't think that nothing in his past tells me that he's that flaky. Now he's a sack of shit. Don't for a minute maneuver me into being his defender.
Sure.
But I want to caution us because we're bad about believing the media. Hell, even I do. When I read the initial report that McConnell said that Trump was responsible for the riots, man, I blew off. I started typing a Facebook, motherfucker. And I went, wait a minute. Let me read that article again. Read the article, and unnamed sources say. Okay, you're lying.
Yeah.
So guys, a lot of this criticism I'm laying down, I'm just as responsible and guilty of doing it as anybody else. I'm not casting stones here, but really, we got plenty of targets that we know are cowardly, traitorous vermin. That's the other good news. It's a target-rich environment.
Yeah.
I told a buddy, I said, we're kind of like the 1989 Dallas Cowboys. Literally anyone that we signed would be better than who we have. So improving the team is not going to be hard.
Okay. Oblivious B says, you, me, or nobody is going to hit as hard as life, but it ain't about how hard you hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. How much you can
Well
take
said.
and keep moving forward. That's how winning is done. Big
Yep.
Red Bear says, but Ty, if the media lies, then why would the media tell me that all media that's not them are dangerous, like CNN did the other day? Checkmate, Republican. Pravda would never lie.
Yeah. Well, that's the old Star Trek thing of where Kirk says to the android, everything Harry says is a lie. Remember that. Everything he says is a lie. And Harry Mudd goes, Norman, I am lying. And the robot goes, if you were lying, then you must be telling the truth. But you cannot be telling the truth because everything you say is a lie.
Yeah.
It blows up, as it explodes. So, yeah.
Socialism is for Fig says, Ty, look it up. Mitch's wife is owned by China. Her father owns the biggest ship-making company in China, and he also makes military ships.
Fine. If we catch him, we kill him. Metaphorically.
Jesus, Ty!
You're killing me, Ty. Oh, God, now you got me doing it.
Yeah. Benjamin Myers says, John McCain's tumor deserves a Nobel Peace Prize medal. God bless it.
I agree. The world is a better place without that piece of shit. I'm sorry. No, I'm not sorry at all. I'm glad the guy is gone. Because he was the worst kind of vermin. Sorry, I'm just like, don't pretend otherwise.
Ty's like, sorry, guys, not sorry.
Guys, that's how hard we've got to get. We've got to get to a point as a group where we can actually say things like that without feeling bad. And that's a distasteful place to be. But that's what it's going to take to win.
Bad Dragonite says, get Ty and Razor on just to talk shit about McCain. Amateur Ant says, we didn't get our asses... Amateur Ant says, we didn't get our asses handed to us. The deep state in both parties only went after Trump. The Republicans won almost everywhere in this BS election.
Yes, very good point.
Joshua Vidrine says, Ben Shapiro, we can't call them demons, just mortally challenged. Ty Beard, rip and tear until it's done. Rev's chainsword with zealous intent.
Sure.
Oblivious B says, Ty wins the next Call of Cthulhu stream.
I don't know. Actually, so I'm wanting to get back into role playing in a serious way. So I'm thinking right now we're going to do a 1970s and 80s spy campaign for a little while.
Okay. Provolone Loaf says, are either of you into BattleTech? If so, favorite factions, and if not, go watch these. Black Pants Legion has made their fantastic, I think, videos. I liked BattleTech as a kid. I would make my dad buy all the books, but I never played it. I didn't understand the rules. I like the pictures and the stats.
Is a game. BattleTech is probably the closest thing to 40K in terms of popularity and all that. It was a pretty good game. My problem with BattleTech has got nothing to do with the game. The models were beautiful and the game was cool. I'm sorry. Giant robots in warfare are stupid.
Do I have to ban this man?
Actually exist.
Okay, get banned. You're done. Everything you've said is invalidated.
I'm sorry, Nick. I want to believe. I truly want to believe, but if you understand how how armored fighting vehicle protection works, in the simplest terms, it's all about it's all about the area of the facing against the front against the enemy, right? So a tank turret has, just picking a number, 10 square feet that it has to armor and protect. A giant robot of the same mass has like 150 square feet. So the giant robot can only have 1/15 of the armor protection.
I'm going to send 10 square feet of foot right up your ass.
So I got drawn into this. I didn't start this.
You could have finished it by just saying robots are cool. Mr.
They are. It's not. It's me. It's not you.
The Adeptus Titanicus wants a word with Ty. That's right. Mr. Insane says, "Hi, Nick." Oh, now I'm getting an echo. Where's your mic? Move it
exactly where it's been all night long.
Weird. Mr. Insane says, "Hi, Nick. If when you have a stream on indie creators, would you have anyone like Mark Kern or Null on as a co-host who could provide advice or alternative to things like Kindle publishing and such?" Yeah. Alex Blackfoot says Cyberpunk or Shadowrun. I don't care between either of them.
A cyberpunk.
Sa-
Mixing technology and magic is evil, and will lead to warts, among other things.
Samurai Knight says I would call rhinos. I would call rhinos in the left as bronies and furries. These aren't protected by the left, and they're kind of hated by them too. Adam Wofford says, when you replace human parts with cyberware, you become cyber psycho. Me and my friends played Shadowrun. One player had to be put down after losing count of how many points he had of humanity.
Well, that was Greg's point.
Yeah.
Apparently, I was coasting to the edge, and they were worried that if I went berserk, that I would kill all of them. That with all the hardware they put on me, so they just put a bomb in my brainstem so they could.
Fighting.
It never came to that, you know.
Fighting Slug says, so how long until someone is federally prosecuted for a Pepe meme? How long till DC prosecutors start trilling back through GG for wrongthink?
That ain't gonna happen. The Supreme Court's gonna protect us on that.
Super Iron Bob says, imagine thinking open source isn't cucked as hard as big tech. Amateur Ant says, I tried picking a pimple on my leg. Now it's infected and swollen. I have great insurance, but I'm going to cut my leg open and fix it anyway. Okay. Kiss on my ass says,
do what a man's got to do.
Kiss on my ass says, for both you guys, you know Mitch is going to try to get us to ignore that he's a swamp and craft some lies about needing to save the party. Thoughts? How do we neutralize Mitch or shut down his run for good?
If we start that shit, we do to him exactly what I've been talking about.
But the thing is, I think people forget that Mitch was neutralized for the vast majority of Trump's term.
Yeah.
And a lot of the Republicans went right along with it.
Nick, Mitch did a good job of when Mitch finally figured out that Trump was in charge and how the situation was, he did a ferociously effective job of getting hundreds of federal judges appointed. Guys, there's going to be consequences for that. That's going to be something that's going to benefit us for a long time. And by the way, on free speech, let me remind you that a couple of years ago, in a 9-0 decision, the Supreme Court said, oh, hell no, there's no hate speech exception to the First Amendment. So, let's get a little more rational about what we think the Supreme Court is going to be vulnerable to and what they're not. Free speech is the least. That's the thing. That's the one thing I'm actually not worried about at all. I think they're a little squishy on gun rights, but I think that Barrett probably,
hopefully will solidify that.
I think so. Our biggest problem was that we've got John Roberts, who's an embarrassing piece of shit, who is much more worried about his legacy than doing his damn job.
Yeah.
Well, Barrett basically not only renders Robert irrelevant, but actually requires him to join the conservatives if he's going to write the opinion.
Yep.
So that was a pretty big deal. Look, we can't rely on them to do everything, but that doesn't mean we can't rely on them to do anything. Let's stop thinking in binary terms, guys. That's not how the world works.
Ellen B says, please explain the purchase of guillotines by the government. I'm not aware of it. Rolando,
my God, the government. Do you have any idea how much shit the government buys every day?
Rolana 1 says, any way those of us from other countries can help, from Australia here and can't really meddle in U.S. politics.
But see, you're so wrong. Ridicule is universal. And in fact, you folks from strange countries from beyond the sea may have funny shit that we hadn't even thought of. So,
Rolana 1 says, anyway, those. Oh, wait, no one important says, just wanted to give some money to my two favorite boomers. I'm too dumb to truly understand this, but you guys have my support for this fight.
We do understand. You were not. Oh, he's talking about himself. Ooh,
yeah.
Sorry.
Amateur Ant says, inflation will kill the USA before the Democrats and Republicans, which is the plan. They want rich and poor.
So, what's bizarre is that is the classic economic interpretation, and yet we're not really seeing it.
I was talking about this with someone else. I think it has something to do with the fact that the dollar is the dominant currency in the world.
Yeah.
I think that mitigates and hedges the idea of of inflation in general and hyperinflation, since everything's indexed to us, I think it spreads out the effective amount enough to where
You're right.
I think it's just able to absorb more than we think so.
Yeah, I think so. I think the microeconomic theories that would predict inflation presume the existence of some phantom currency that's better than the dollar. And the reality is they all suck really bad.
Yeah.
So it's not necessary for the dollar to be strong. It's necessary for the dollar to be stronger than whatever else is out there.
Right.
The Chinese currency is essentially it's like the ruble. It's not even really currency. It's more of like a ration card. The euro is hamstrung, interesting enough, by the fact that they don't have any mechanism to print money.
Sure.
So they can't manipulate. They can't manipulate it, and yet they've got an economic system that is then required to treat the economy of Greece and the economy of Germany identically.
Right. It's a disaster.
That really was not their best idea.
No. Master Blaster says, to everyone who says elections are lost, look at Ohio. They said they were going blue, never to come back 12 years ago, now more red than ever. Amateur Ant says, we have a lot of stupid, uneducated people in America, and these politicians know it. They want people in the U.S. in debt and slaves to the dollar Ponzi scheme. Blaine 20.
Guys, we've had stupid. It is an American tradition to not participate in our electoral politics.
Yeah. Blaine
And
20
I believe that's actually a strength of ours.
Blaine 20 says assault weapons and high capacity mag registration. They're going to try it. We'll see what they end up doing.
Court's going to strike it down.
Evan Rogers says, my point is, how do we counter a fixed system when we aren't going to have a voice in the system unless it's going to devolve into civil war? I don't think
we don't need a voice in the system.
I just don't think we're not going to have a voice anyway.
I don't either. I don't either. Again, you're back to this. We can't win because we just can't win. Why? First of all, define your terms. What the hell do you mean by not having a voice? That doesn't mean anything, actually. We have essentially half the Senate and half the House of Representatives are on our side. So that sounds like a voice to me.
Dralax says, Ty, grats on the new Republican mayor. Lived there from 98 to 05, was booming. Fastest broadband in Texas for a bit decrepit now. Heinz's fault or not?
Not Heinz's fault. The reason we had the highest speed internet was that Suddenlink was here. Cox Communications headquarters was here in Tyler. Yeah, like in 1998, Nick, I had like 2 megabit internet.
Nice.
I mean, oh yeah. Well, it was crazy. I had it at home, but I didn't have it at my office.
Yeah.
So that could get weird. But we have decent. I mean, our internet is adequate.
Rolana 1 says, maybe reach to the Kiwi Farms RE hosting advice. The farms are still up after multiple DMCA requests to try and get them removed.
That's a good idea.
Super Iron Bob says, we need to use the corpse of the Republican Party as a meat puppet like the DSA has been doing for the Democrats.
Yeah, that's good.
Wolvenar says, contact Null for help with the website. He's an expert in many aspects. Nya says, the gulf between the left and the right's will is astounding. Left will attack their own governors over slights. Right form a cult praying Trump will save them.
They form a cult attacking Trump and clutching their pearls at every excuse.
Amateur Ant says, I couldn't give a crap less about the corrupt GOP or the demon craps. I want the USA first, and a good third party recognizes this. We might lose some elections, but we would win the war.
No, you'll lose every election, and that's the dumbest thing I've heard tonight. Which some of the stuff you've heard, their third party means Democrat win.
Mike Dixon says, I'm just a poor musician and artist. I will look those up. Still, I find the left is shutting down voices, and this is far beyond the 2016 time. They are shutting down voices. They are. But the right is also, the bigger the voices they shut down, the more the right is waking up to the reality of it.
What do you think about the naked and obvious and over-the-top conspiracy to restrain trade?
It's crazy. I think the judge in that case is an absolute dummy for not acting faster and granting the injunction.
Sure.
We'll see what happens with it. But
there are civil causes of action that don't require the Justice Department to do anything. And by the way,
no, that's what I'm talking about. In the civil case, they requested an emergency injunction because they said if you don't just let us be open, then we're going to die. And I think that's the real risk. Parler may end up pulling through it. We'll see. But I think it's been effectively destroyed. But that's what I was talking about. They went after a huge voice that was getting very popular with people who aren't normally good with technology. So a whole bunch of people just got exposed to the reality of deplatforming, and they're pissed about it. So
yeah, well, here's the thing. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that the day is going to come where Parler is going to be written a gigantic check from Amazon, because what they're doing is beyond flagrant. I mean, they might as well just simply file an affidavit with the court stipulating that they've committed antitrust violations and that have engaged in a conspiracy to do that. The other thing is, the left hates big tech just as much as we do. They're not going to be reliable allies. Big tech didn't do this because big tech wanted to help their allies out. Big tech did this because basically they're all controlled by a bunch of Aspie lottery winners. Because the thing is, big tech was doing exactly what they needed to do. Their anaconda tactics, which is what I called it, of slowly strangling us, was effective.
Mm-hmm.
But they spazzed out and did their hand. And yes, people are pissed, and it ain't that hard to come up with alternatives. All it's going to take is some money and time. I think we caught a big break that big tech did this and exposed their hand, because all they really had to do was just keep doing what they were doing quietly.
Bad vibe.
I mean, would you agree?
Yeah, I think they may have overplayed their hand. I hope they ended up doing that. So we'll see.
Yeah, I think they did.
Bad Vibe says, Ty, look up Doolittle's Raiders and Pendleton, Oregon roots. Great rural American history. Othamer says, Ty Beard confirmed for non-binary. Bad Vibe says, Ty, Pendleton, Oregon has Prohibition Underground Tour and Air Museum. Come check it out. He also says, inflation is tracking globally regardless of currency. Most first world countries are following the same game. Unfortunately, globalization is the stabilizer. Amateur Ant says, the turtle put in...
We've had it. We've dealt with inflation before. When I was in high school, the interest rate was literally 18.5%.
Yeah.
So...
Amateur Ant says, the turtle put in 3 people Trump shouldn't have trusted to do the right thing.
Quite likely. Wouldn't be surprised.
Roar Name says, good luck from the UK. Hey, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. We've got just a couple more. Let's see. Where is it? Okay, here we go. Joseph Kerwin says, Ty is an angry beam of sunshine. Feels good and riles you up. I like the plan to take it to undermine the traitors. Let's tell these dick-slurping losers how worthless they are.
That's the spirit.
The Pie Baker says, Ty, tell Nick how a gay Jew within the Anenerbe inspired the fictional archaeologist in Indiana Jones, and how the Anenerbe actually hunted for all the artifacts, including a variant of the fourth within Tibet featured in the Indiana Jones movies.
I can't because I don't know, but I'm going to Google gay Jew Indiana Jones because it sounds like a hell of a story.
Night of Hopex says, I'd love to meet you out in the street the next time I'm volunteering for Cruise in 2024, buddy. I don't think you know the degree to which you're talking crazy to your own side when you failed since Gerald Ford to do anything. Really good luck, though. Bad Dragonite
Do
says...
we have a choice?
What?
Do we have a choice? Realistically, I mean, to those of you who think that this is a complete fool's errand, we're going to lose. What the hell better thing do you have to do with your time than join me and help fight? I mean, there's no downside to you. So why don't you join in?
Bad Dragonite says, our main advantage, Biden can only sign 17 executive orders at a time because he doesn't like anything over 18.
Oh,
Night of
nice.
Hope.
That's the spirit.
Night of Hope says, I agree moving to Texas would be a good start. By the way, been trying to talk people into that. I'm not sure why we all live in left-wing shitholes like it's going to work out. If they cut off our credit or jobs, we have to live where we have some alternatives.
It's hard. It's hard when you're an adult and you got kids and you got. I mean, it's hard. Plus, it's hot as hell here in the summertime.
I can't imagine. Like, I would love to move out of Minnesota. I can't imagine functionally having it happen. TLJ.
No, I mean, I understand, but what you got to understand is there's a cost.
Oh yeah,
associated with staying there.
I know. I pay it in taxes. TLJ Screwjob says, so Nick, in that Space Marine game, it seemed like the orcs were overrunning the planet, so was Exterminatus not declared because of the Inquisitor's secret mission? Aren't orcs so bad that Exterminatus is the only course, or can orcs be contained? No, orcs are often contained on a planet. They're just hard to fully wipe out because of the way they reproduce. But they're not all Exterminatus out of
the 40K orcs still use their teeth as currency.
Yes.
Good.
Bad Dragonite says there's a new cyberpunk video game that's getting people into the universe. Best way I can describe it for Ties, it's kind of like Red Dead Redemption, but in cyberpunk setting of Night City, and it has Keanu Reeves. Yeah, I guess.
I'll tell Brianna about that. She might.
Space Monkey says Ty, Warhammer has giant robots called Titans. Checkmate. The Big Red Bear.
Look, it's me. It's not you.
The Big Red Bear says,
I wrote a war game that the Rand Corporation is using to define warfare in the future. I can't get away from that. I'm sorry.
The Big Red Bear says healthy economies typically have between 3 and 7% interest rates. It's been a long time since the world had interest rates like that. Expect inflation. LNB says, if Trump doesn't run in 2024, who will have enough intestinal fortitude to take the side of the middle class? We'll have to see. It's a long way away.
I think either Trump's going to run again or he'll be the kingmaker in the party.
Evan.
Part of this brilliant game plan of mine is actually not explicitly, but it's aimed at the idea of making these dipshits understand that this is Trump's party now. If you want to protect your phony baloney job, Mitt Romney, shut the fuck up. Stop attacking our own people and attack the other side. Because it is Trump's party. And any Republican that thinks that with Donald Trump no longer being president, we're going to go back to the way it was 5 years ago are peewits, because that dog don't hunt.
Evan Rogers says, I mean, his formerly Republican strongholds are bluing and Dem strongholds are holding firm. We may have a voice now, but for how long? What do we do?
You're wrong. It's not true. Donald Trump won 4 states that hadn't voted, basically for all practical purposes, haven't voted Republican in the last 50 years. It's not true. So I would submit that the first thing you need to do is get your facts straight. Second of all, nothing in the world remains static. If they won this round, fine, they won this round. What do? We beat them. We go back and we convince enough voters that our policies and our strategies are better than the Democrats. That's what we do. But that's bullshit. They've won some and they've lost some. We've won some and we've lost some. Stop making the enemy 10 feet tall.
Amateur Ant says, dumbass, a third party will be great because we vet them and we start at the bottom and work up just like Ross Perot. China played the long game. We should too.
That Ross Perot, he had a great presidency. I remember. Oh, wait, no, he didn't. We got Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton instead.
Kidda says, Ty suggests that it's not hard to make alternatives, but if you do, the left-controlled banking industry blacklist you and you can't use money online.
Then we find a fucking alternative. God damn it. What is so hard for you people to understand?
Fighting Slug says,
stop telling us why we're going to lose and spend some of your energy figuring out how we're going to win.
Fighting Slug says, Ty, balls or no balls? Damn it.
I have big balls.
There you go. That's the answer we need. Albert Wesker says, hey, Nick, is there any way you can go over the election lawsuits and what they were dismissed for? A video where you can explain all or a lot of them? Here, let me do it right now. Because no judge wanted to get involved with overturning an election because judges don't want to do that. That's the be-all and end-all of every single election lawsuit. Judges do not want to invalidate a million votes. And I know before you say a word about how, well, but the things that happened invalidated votes, I get it. But a judge doesn't want to be the cause of it. They just don't. They don't want to do it.
When Nick is telling you this, he isn't saying that's a good thing. He's not saying they should be that way. He's telling you how it is.
Yeah, it's just...
And that part ain't going to change.
It's
we're going to lose. We expect the courts to bail us out.
Yep. So
I think, wouldn't you agree, Nick, that it has been conclusively demonstrated that the courts are worthless in this fight? At least after the election. Now there may be, I mean, in that, I'm sorry, at least in that gap between the election and the inauguration, I think there's actually plenty of scope for litigation.
Well, just in general, though, in your life, in anything that you're doing, you never want to rely on a court as your answer. Your court is the last place on earth you want to end up. It is the farthest thing, and if you're there, you should almost expect to lose.
Hey, deliberator, I don't cry. I make you cry.
All right, that is all the chat. Let's wrap this thing up because it is past 3 a.m.
Oh my God!
I've been trying to get you to stop.
Fortunately, I got the airplane contract done.
Good.
Before the show, so I think I can sleep in tomorrow. I've missed this. I thoroughly enjoy coming on your show, Nick. Guys, look, if I've been a hard ass on you, well, I'm actually not sorry at all. Look, this is your grumpy father telling you to man up and act like a man. Okay. Knock the defeatism off. It doesn't help you. It doesn't help me. It doesn't help anybody. It doesn't put a dime in your pocket. It doesn't improve any chances of anything. And like I said before, even if you're right, what do you have to lose by fighting with us? Not a goddamn thing. You don't have a damn thing to lose. You'll be just as defeated, but at least you'll have gone down swinging and kept your self-respect. I can't imagine anything on earth more pathetic for me personally than to just lay down and let somebody come and take my livelihood, my stuff, my freedom, and all I did was sit there curled up in a fetal ball whining about how unfair it is. I don't think I fear death, but I fear pathetic death.
Albert, there are two more chats that came in. Albert Wesker says, I know that, but I'm talking about why they were dismissed, lack of standing and stuff like that. I know you explained it here and there. I mean, there are 64 lawsuits ultimately. They all boil down to lack of standing, latches, or mootness. I don't.
Whatever the court needed to do to say, we don't have to hear this.
Yeah. None of them went past pretrial procedural motions. So, I could maybe think about doing it. I don't know. It would take a long time to explain what happened to 64 different lawsuits when I could summarize it the way I did. So I don't know.
It was perfectly effective. Real quick, somebody said something in the chat that's interesting. No, $15 minimum wage will not destroy Tyler. What it's going to do, it's going to cause unemployment to go up.
Yeah.
If you have a job, you're going to get paid well, but fewer people are going to have a job. That'll be the effect.
Monica's personal effing fiance says, hey, Ty, will you join Nick's 24-hour live stream? Also, Nick said he would marry Drexel live on stream at 100,000 subscribers. Will you officiate it?
I'm not going to go to that.
No, I did stupidly say that I would do a 24-hour stream at 100,000 subscribers, and I passed that. So
I was in the last. Didn't you do one like last year or something?
Yeah, well, it's 2019 already. It was way back then.
Yeah, wow.
So
yeah, Yeah, because you had. In fact, that's where I met Doug the first time.
Yep.
I popped in and Doug was on it. Yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
Briefly, guys, just so you know, if you are a fan of Doug TeNapel, he did get a channel strike, which I think is pretty bogus. But his uploads are going to be down for a little bit. I'm gonna try and have him on the show to talk about it and other stuff. But we'll see if I can get him, if we can get him on. Amateur Ant says, "Who cares who wins? The Demon Craps and Republicans are garbage, and I'm not voting, and they can f off." Bad
Okay, now at some point you're just being lazy.
Bad Dragonite says, or in Mr. Y voice, "Tell me to man up harder, Beard Daddy." There you go. Okay, that's the end of the show, guys.
Not really necessary.
Yeah, it always is. Thank you all for watching. I will be on Twitch in just a little bit. Twitch.tv/Arcade of Law for a little bit of Skyrim action. Come hang out. Ty, thanks as always for coming on. Hang out for just a second so I can say goodbye to you.
Yeah. Guys, die hard. Die hard. Don't go quietly into the night. Go down swinging. If we go down, we go down. But don't let them just walk in and take it. That's all I'm saying.
There you go. All right, guys. We'll talk to you later. Have a good night. Peace. Peace.
Peace.